Moose is in the house. Moose is in the house. Watch out. Watch out. Here's Moosey.
I want to play video games.
Hey y'all, how's it going? Hope you're doing fantastic. I'm doing fantastic. I look very what's the word I'm looking for? It looks like my contrast is crazy high. Why is that? Let's figure this out. Let's get into it. Hope you guys are doing good. I'm doing good. This freaking panel keeps falling down, man. The glue that's holding it is just like on its last legs. I gotta redo it. Hope you guys have been doing good. God, it looks janky either way, eh? Whatever. Foam. Anyway, hope you guys are doing fantastic. I'm doing okay. I'm not gonna adjust the camera too much. I don't think it matters that much. Configure video. Oh, it's saturation. Why is my saturation cranked up? There we go. That's a little bit better. I look a little bit more like a normal person now. Hope you guys are doing fantastic. Just a reminder. It's like looking in the mirror. There you go. I just vogued it. We are doing Digimon Digital Card Battle Tournament this Saturday. We did a little bit of testing. It's super fun. It's not really going to work, unfortunately, the way that I made the video about, because the way the Arcadia save state is set up, it's like all borked and not working properly with certain players. But we do have a solution. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's very simple. Basically, we're just going to run everything off my machine. You just log in, and that's that. It's going to be simple. Hope Vacate was good. Boot up Monster Sanctuary and found all my saves lost. No! Oh, well. You got to start again, I guess. It's been a rough week. Seen the stream announcement, brighten my day. Welcome, welcome. It's been a long day living with this. We got some Alkaline Trio fans here. Anyway, we got a couple of things to talk about today. One, originally I was just going to do some speedrunning. But something came to my attention. And if you follow me, if you're one of the like 8 people who follow me on Blue Sky, because I don't really care about social media and I have not really made it known that I have a presence over there, we gotta talk about this shit. And wait, hold on. Let me start recording, because I'm gonna have to use some of this. It's also kind of a heads up on what like the next Rancher Rundown is about. It's not about a monster. It's not even really about Monster Rancher 2. We're doing our first general Monster Rancher rundown, which is just going to be me teeing off on the Monster Rancher wiki. I have a short video about it, but I'm going to do a long video about it because these people are freaks. It's not I'm not really one to like, I don't like the whole like lol cow situation. Like, I'm not a big fan of when somebody's just like, oh, let's like watch another person's content and make fun of how shitty they are. I don't really like that stuff too much. I got friends who do it, and it's like, I just don't. I let them do their thing. I find it very mean-spirited and a waste of my time and energy. But these people suck, man. They've been bad. They've been bad the whole time. But yeah, the Monster Rancher wiki, historically, I guess I can get rid of this. We're not looking at that right now. The Monster Rancher wiki historically has been awful. And when I say awful, I mean awful. Like, just misinformation, literally like making up descriptions of monsters, like more headcanon than like you would expect from something that's supposed to be an impartial source, to the point where we like bother them about it for so long and so incessantly. We like, us in the community were like, why, like, you gotta get rid of the misinformation, you gotta get rid of this. Like, why, if you have a wiki, why use it like a personal blog? And they eventually had to come out and say their stated, like, their mission statement is to have a fun through line to like create a narrative that connects all of the Monster Rancher games and shows and all of that stuff, even though most of it is like not actually connected. So, i.e., the wiki's intended purpose is a creative writing exercise. And it sucks that it's, you know, a fandom wikia. It's just Monster Rancher is the name, so it has incredible like SEO power. It's the first thing most people see, and its stated cause is to literally be bullshit, like to just be made up stuff. It's been very, very shitty for a long time, and we're gonna get into that a little bit, but I'm gonna get into it way more in the actual video I'm making. But this popped up today, and I'm losing my mind. This monster doesn't exist. Oh, there I am. This monster doesn't exist. They are talking about Arrowhead Monol, which does have the name Isis Guard in Monster Rancher Advance. Monster Rancher Advance, as many of you know, the Game Boy Advance version, one of the rare, I think it's the only Monster Rancher game where every single monster can combine with every other monster. So there's like 800 combinations or something. Like there's so many in Monster Rancher Advance. But the trade-off is that all of the crossbreeds are just palette swaps. So Arrowhead, every single Arrowhead looks exactly the same. This is the one mixed with Monol. He's just like black. If you mix him with Naga, he's just purple. It's just purple Arrowhead. And, like, you know, you do what you got to do to, like, make it work within the confines of a Game Boy Advance game. Not that big of a deal. This is technically for Monster Rancher Advance 2, because Monol wasn't in one. But they just made this up. This is AI. This is garbage. This is some random bullshit that they made up, and it is the picture for the monster, for the combination. It's, like... It's bizarre because, like, you know, he has one claw here, and then, like, this is, like, not a claw. Like, what is this? What's going on here? So it's not even, like, vetted. It's not even, like, trying to be, like, artistic. It sucks, man. The longer you look, the worse it gets. It's stupid. Like, he's got, like, just rocks that are, like, hanging off. And you might be like, oh, well, this is kind of, like, a cool concept, though, right? And that, yeah, that's because it is... Prior rocks. If you're ever wondering about Monster Rancher, go to legendcup.com. Don't go to the wiki. We're going to talk about the wiki a little bit, but you got to shout out the good stuff. It's Prior rocks. This is what Prior rocks looks like, right? The mixture with Golem. And if you're looking at this, you're like, well, okay, well, there's some like interesting ideas at least. This isn't like totally plagiarized. Again, you're wrong. And we got to talk about it. Let's find it. Is there an easy way to look at... I think I just type in more monsters mod. So in Monster Rancher 2, not every monster can combine with every other monster. It's just a limitation of the game. They didn't have enough time or whatever to make everything. So the More Monsters mod adds more combinations to the game. This is a community-run mod. All of these monsters function as they would if they were combined. Like, they have the actual stats. Like, this has Arrowhead's, like, high defense and, like, Ape's high power combined. All of these monsters work the way you would expect them to. And there is an Arrowhead Monol. And... it's less runic, but it's the same kind of thing. It has like red on each of the pieces here. It has the yellow eyes. So they literally stole, like they got the AI to make this, and the AI just ripped off Maple Knight, the artist of Charcoal, this thing here. So it's low effort, and beyond it being low effort, it's literally like just aping off of the community, and it's aping off of someone who actually like gives a shit about the community. It's very hard not to be angry about this. It sucks. It sucks, and the people who run it are charlatans, and it's bizarre because they don't get anything out of this, right? They're just making it shitty on purpose because they think that owning the name Monster Rancher in like top SEO allows them to just like jerk off and make whatever random bullshit they want to make. Spreading misinformation about 20-year-old games a hobby is something. I know. Like, there's already so few people that are interested in the game, and if they don't know any better, people aren't going to look at Legend Cup. They're going to look at the wiki, and they're going to see this shit first, right? Using AI to make a picture when you can nav a screenshot from the emulator. Yeah, and that's what we're about to get into next. Here, one sec. What's like really insane about this is that like that one is like scummy. What is it? Shorts ape? Maybe I can just look up ape. Ape already exists. You can just find pictures of ape. You don't need AI. Like they had pictures. They're right here. It's right here, man. Like, what do they even get from this? It's stupid. It's embarrassing. And if I thought it was worth arguing with them about it, I would say something. But I don't think it's worth arguing with them because they're doing it for every like they're stupid. They're dumb people. Christ, man. Like, and like stuff like this. He doesn't even have an eye in the game. They gave him an eye in the AI bullshit. But they have this picture right here, so it used this as a reference, and it's like, make it like 8% shittier. Fuck, man, it's frustrating. But the reason it's not worth arguing with them about it is that they have disallowed community contributors. You can't just go in and edit anything. And the reason for that is because I got in an argument with them. Originally, and some of you may know about this already, on like an old like GameFAQs type unlock condition for Ghost from the Monster Rancher 1. It was Ghost from Monster Rancher 1 is actually a really simple unlock, but it has a % chance element. So because of that, you could do the exact same thing right over like 7 times and not get Ghost 6 of those times. Just because there's an RNG element to unlocking Ghost, which makes it a little bit frustrating, and it leads to misinformation. And in 1998, it's, you know, it's cute, but what they had on the wiki up until like 2 years ago was that the way to unlock Ghost was that you needed to raise a evil monster. No idea what that means. Cruelly. Again, like you can be mean to your monster, but there's no like, it doesn't have any sort of like definition. And then wait for it to die, and then you could get another monster that would be marked with like a skull mark that would kill it, and then when that one monster died, you would get Ghost or whatever, right? The way you get Ghost is you have a monster die, and then you enter a tournament with your next monster, and it has a 1 in 16 chance of getting the skull mark to become Ghost. It's just a 1 in 16 chance. So it's like, it's unlikely to happen, and therefore it leads itself to misinformation. But they had like the random bullshit about like raising evil monster cruelly and all this stuff up online until about 2022. And then when like DX came out, we were arguing with them because we're like, hey, here's proof that like none of that shit is real. It's just made up. And you should just like put this up instead. This is how it actually works. You remember reading that as a kid? Yeah. It was like a known piece of misinformation, right? And they're using AI now. I thought the wiki couldn't get any shittier. Yeah, I know, it's fucked up. Yeah, and there also says stuff like Phoenix comes back after 100 years. All this stuff. That was like debunked really, really quickly, but they left it up anyway. But the Ghost thing was like fully understood and data mined. And when DX came out, there was more interest in the game, and we were like, hey, like maybe it makes sense to actually have the right info Here's proof. Here's video of it happening. Here's a step-by-step guide on how to make it happen. And they're like, okay, that's cool, but like, I think both methods work. And we're like, well, no, because like you don't even have any sort of like descriptors of like what these like vague terms like an evil monster and like raise them cruelly. You don't have any like parameters on what this means. And they're like, no, I think both methods work. And then one guy's like, yeah, I did it. I did the first method and I know it works for a fact. And I'm not shitting you. I'm not like making something up to make them seem worse. He was like, I'm gonna get proof. And then we're like, okay, I mean, this will be interesting. Sure. Why don't you screen grab some proof of this? And then like a week goes by and we're like, come on, man, like just edit it, just to update the wiki to have the right information. And he's like, no, I wanted to get proof, but it turns out my PlayStation is at my grandma's house and I'm not going to see her for a long time. And I tried, but then my capture card broke. And like it's just like all these weird excuses. And it's like, brother, it's just fucking misinfo. It's just like an old rumor. It's okay to just be like, oh, well, all right, let's get rid of it. Let's put in the real thing. But it went from like pushback immediately that how dare you assume we're wrong to, well, actually both modes work, to, well, you need proof, but like my proof is that I did it once. And then eventually they finally got rid of it. But it was like weeks of like pestering and me being like probably meaner than I needed to be. And then that's when they came out and said like the intended mission statement of the wiki is not to be a repository of information, but to like allow them creative exercises to come up with backstories for monsters and descriptions and shit like that. And so now nobody's allowed to edit anymore. And then there's also like this shit, like Monster Rancher Advance. Like that one is really, really frustrating. That ISIS Guard monster, because it doesn't exist and it's just aping off of a creation from someone in the community, and it's being portrayed as like a legitimate monster that exists. ISIS, if you're gonna do that, ISIS Guard isn't even the name of the monster in Monster Rancher 2, because you know Maple Knight made the monster. They came up with a name for the monster. Why didn't monsters need a backstory? That's the next little bit I'm going to talk about here. We got to look at some of the Monster Rancher Advanced monsters. So I was talking about this. Monster Rancher Advanced monsters just look like this, right? If I type in ISIS Guard, ISIS Guard is a real monster from Monster Rancher 2. Monster Rancher Advanced 2. This is what it looks like. It's gray. That's it. This description, made up. This isn't even a translation of the Japanese description. There are no descriptions in English. And in Japanese, they have descriptions, but this isn't what it is. I would have to double check that to make sure, but like historically, they've just made up their own shit. So you're probably wondering, like, how did they get from this to this? Well, here, what if we look at Capsy, my favorite? They don't have one yet for Capsy. What's this description say? There's a lot of things wrong with this, but translate. You guys get to see my my search history, and it's all just like music and stuff. Where's Japanese? I don't know how to spell. Here's a monster that teaches you that whether training or dieting, running above all else is what matters. That's it. That's it. Is there even a correct name? People used to love the MR2A. Yeah, it says on LC, yeah. But, so it talks about running. His name is Capsy. His Japanese name is Capsation. right? The romanization of capsaicin. Its name is a reference to the red-orange color of its skin, much like the capsaicin pepper. This, until like, I don't know, a year ago, was it said that its name was a reference to capsized boats, even though its name was capsaicin. There's also a really famous one where it said Kamui, the tiger, like the special breed tiger. His name, the Kamui just meaning like God. But they said it was a reference to Samui, which is Japanese for cold, which is, I think, the funniest etymology fuck up on this website. It's changed now, but it was like that for years. But look at this. A chubby orange breed zoom that wears a diving tank on its back and a scuba mask on its face. Its tail has suction cups on the bottom like a large tentacle, and the large pink swimming fins on its feet keep it moving fast on land. Keep it from moving fast on land, which is very funny because the Japanese description specifically talks about how important running is. Like, I understand that you need to use some what's the word I'm looking for? Imagination when you're playing Monster Rancher Advance, because otherwise it's just, this is orange zoom. But this is insane. These are the diaries of a madman. And what makes this funnier is that this isn't even something that they say they came up with. Hey, Panaton Gold, thanks for the follow. Also, a couple of people subbed. I'm gonna give all my shoutouts in a bit. For as much as it's just like we want this to be our own headcanon, they tried very, very hard to argue that this isn't even their headcanon. All of the Monster Rancher Advance monsters, where's the Kate Sith? Kate Sith one's also really funny. A loudmouth breed of cat doll monster that has black fur and a white patch on its chest. It often wears a golden top hat and carries a red handkerchief. This may mean that it has some relation to the ghost species. So they love doing this. It probably has some relation to X species. If it's white, it's Xenon. If it's black, it's Monol. Like, it's just like made up bullshit. But then additionally, the reason they give for it being a ghost species mix is because of its golden top hat and red handkerchief. Not pictured. So they're making up stuff, and then they're making up stuff based on the other stuff they made up. It's incredible. But these descriptions, if you were to ask the person from the wiki, these were all cataloged on a Japanese website. What was that Japanese website? It no longer exists. And was it a Monster Rancher website? No, it was a cooking blog. You're going to hear that and be like, well, that's stupid. That doesn't make any sense. And you're right. And you're probably thinking that I'm leaving something out, and I'm not. It was a Monster Rancher fan site and cooking blog. It's insane. Like, it's such a weird thing to say that I feel like it has to be true. Like, some other person came up with some headcanon and they were copying it. Because that's like maybe the most batshit thing I've ever heard. But you know, they're lying about other misinformation, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're lying about this too. Come on, man. This isn't even close. This is AI bullshit. As its name implies, it is often associated with Kate Sith. Both are Sith. I know. They hate the Jedis. Like, you're not even gonna make the claws purple or pink. This is like obviously like an ethereal, spooky looking monster. Like, it's a ghostly apparition, right? So obviously, it's instead of being related to ghosts, it's related to Shignil, which is a monster that I don't even know who that is. Um, but it also probably wouldn't look like this. That's not a tiger. No, that's a cat. Which Shignil's this thing from Monster Farm Online. Oh, fuck, man. These people are freaks. It makes me so sad. They're running the image on AI. Maybe they're running the description on AI too. No, descriptions are like years old. It's time for a weekly bashing of the wiki again. This is a bigger bashing, Jero, because they started replacing all of the pictures with AI bullshit. And like a lot of this like sucks because of course it does. But then like this one is the most heinous one because this monster doesn't exist. This Isis Guard is a monster that only shows up in Monster Rancher Advance 2, so this is what it looks like. This is an artist's interpretation, and that artist is Maple Knight, who made this. Like, so they didn't even come up with their own thing. They didn't even use AI to like make something new. They just aped something that someone else came up with, gave it a different name, and then gave him one arm and 3 legs. This shit sucks, man. Longsar is also related to Tom Sawyer. He can play the drum fill. Yeah, he can do it. This shit is crazy because it's just Ape Escape. You have 1,000 references for Ape Escape, man. You didn't need AI for this. You didn't need to make it look worse on purpose. Fuck these people, man. So, it's not just weekly bashing. I'm making the next Rancher rundown on how heinous the wiki is. None of the apes are yassified through AI, though. I got bad news for you. Hold on. Not yassified, he says. This shit sucks. And you're like, maybe they don't have a good picture of ape. Where could they possibly find a good picture of ape? Oh, hey, here's one. It's right here. That's what the monkey looks like. This shit, it sucks because it's such a small community and like people who are interested in the game are going to see this shit first. And then I know a lot of them are going to be like, I think the crossover of people who are like interested in niche 90s, maybe nostalgia driven. Also, oh, these toes are gross, man. Why the toenails don't look like that? They're not on the sides of your fucking feet. Toenails should be like up here. I'm sorry I pointed that out. But I feel like most people who are like interested in like learning more about Monster Rancher are like, hey, that game I like. Let me look into it. They are going to see this and be like, oh, well, this community kind of sucks, and then not look any further. I feel like the Venn diagram is very close to a circle for people who would be interested in Monster Rancher in 2026 and those who like despise AI. I know it's not a complete circle. There's people in the community who've like used it and it's been like weird and ugly. But Legend Cup is the first result. It's not, unfortunately. It never will be because it's not going to beat Monster Rancher, the website, right? Like, there's not much you can do about that. Anyway, this shit sucks. I'm making a video on it. I hate these people. it would be really, really sick if they, let actual people who gave a shit about the game edit it, but that's not their intention. They don't want stuff to be good. They want it to be a weird, look at this thing I made. And I don't know, it's just really frustrating. A lot of people who like champion AI, not to get like too like in the weeds about this, but I feel like a lot of people who like champion AI are the kind of people who were like, they're frustrated that they saw their brother get their picture put up on the fridge, and they're like, I want to do that too, but like, I don't care about making the thing. I just want to also have a picture on the fridge. And so they would make something like really shitty, and then they would put it up. And they've kind of missed the connection of like, the shitty thing still had to be made. If you want the recognition, you still got to make it. And so like wanting recognition for something you didn't even make is like, it's so bizarre. Like that's such like an unhealthy way to live your life. They like the idea of making it, not actually making it. And yeah, and you know what's crazy? Making stuff is really, really fun for the first bit, and then becomes an arduous ordeal that everybody hates. Everybody who's in some kind of creative space, when they're in the back nine of the project, is like, this shit sucks. I cannot wait for it to be over, no matter how good of a thing it ends up being. I've been like that with every single video I've ever made. Making games, same thing. It's just, it is what it is. The process wears on you, and you get to a point where the motivation is gone and discipline has to kick in, and you have to rely on, your will and your determination to get it done. But these people are like, they're not even doing the first half. That's the fun part. That's the part that shouldn't be supplanted by AI. Like that's the enjoyment. There's the beginning, the end. Like first 50% is fun. Next 40% or next 49% is like the worst thing in the world, and that final 1% makes everything worthwhile. And they're not doing any of that. They're starting at zero. They're letting someone else do the thing, and then they're like, I made this thing. And I don't know. I don't understand that mindset. I don't think I ever will. It seems very like petulant, and like, I don't know. It makes me think that you're still a child, even if it's like, look, you want to do it for work. I'm not as much of like a AI in all scenarios is the worst thing in the world, like most people are. I don't use it ever really. There's like some instances of like LLM stuff. Like I have a filter on my mic that works on LLM, and the way it works is that it hears the environment and it picks up on sounds, and then it's like, okay, those aren't voices. I'm gonna turn those down. And I've been using it for like 6 years. Like there are use cases where it's better than nothing. If you had like a music track, and it had like sound effects in it, and you wanted to take the sound effects out, there are ways to do that without AI, but it's probably prohibitively expensive. Like to get me have me charge you to do that for you is probably not worth your time, or even my time, honestly. Like it's not for like a background track in like a video or whatever. Like you could use AI to like strip the sound effects. There's instances where it's like, in every one of those instances, skill is lost, and it's making you dumber, and it's making me dumber, but it's not the end of the world, right? But something like I'm using AI so I don't have to paint this thing is so fucking crazy to me. Like, you're not a real human. You're devoid of soul. I don't know. It's about the sense I get. Like, I notice people who are pro AI seem to think if you pump more volume of crack magically, you'll become more relevant. Yeah. I don't know. It's very sad, and like, it bothers me. I think if it's for stuff that isn't as bad, it's not generating images or chatbots. If it's not making people crazy, yeah. And like, the best thing I can think of is people using it in work day to day. Again, like for writing emails and shit. I think it makes you like I judge people for it. I think it makes them stupid, and it will make them more and more stupid over time. But again, it's a fucking paycheck. Like I've been there, man. Not using AI, but like I phoned it in. I phone it in at work all the time, man. It's just like I don't want to be here right now. We're all like that. So like using it in some kind of like make work way that like stops you from like having to like it makes 5 o'clock come sooner. Like I'm not here to like judge too harshly. I'm just judging a little bit. But if you're like, I can't wait to get home and talk to my agent and get him to like make me a bunch of cool monsters for Monster Rancher, I think like you might as well just like let yourself jump in the wood chipper because you're already there spiritually. I don't know, man. Sucks. We're gonna play some Monster Rancher. That's too much of a downer. You know what's not a downer? Losing speedruns in the last like 5 minutes because RNG hated your ass. I mean, it's a downer for me, but it's very funny for all you guys. So we're gonna get into it. I had to complete a thing for work where they were asking for feedback and had nothing to put down, so I put down to increase the amount of training on safe AI use. That's kind of cool. Only when you play is 2? Hell yeah. Appreciate my sacrifice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anyway, very quickly, I gotta do some shoutouts because while I was ranting and being whiny about how shitty the what do you call it, the wiki is, I got some fun things happening. We got Moose Thompson, thank you for the sub. Archbishop Dave, thank you for the prime. Umi VT, Jetsteam, Tentacle on the streak, Pennant on Gold. I said hi, but I'm saying hi again. Bitter Advocate, JC Denim, JFX Interactive. Any relation to THX? Caster HH. Ooh, that could be spicy. That one could be spicy. Misty Macabre, Keza Fool, and thank you guys for the follows. Very kind of you. All right.
I want to play video games.
Hi from Oz.
Hey, OP Monkey Gaming. Thank you, thank you. Very kind of you. Appreciate the Bezos bucks. New band recommendations? Big on punk, alt rock, not so much on heavy metal music. Big fan of Dance Gavin Dance, if that helps. I don't like Dance Gavin Dance, but I do like a lot of punk and alt rock. So give me 1 second to go get the coffee I was making, and I'll be right back. We'll play some Monster Rancher, and we can talk about music because I love talking about music. Uno momento. Alright, welcome. Hope you're doing fantastic. Whoa, that's loud music. 1 sec. There we go. Put that Gavin spell on me, slap that Gavin, make him free. But he's not dancing. Hey, for Fafi. I saw you got, like, 45? That's very sick. Congratulations. Where's my live split? There we go. Also, there's, like, drama in speedrunning. Hopefully he shows up so we can talk a little bit about it. But there's somebody who's, like, interested in speedrunning and has been doing, like, a lot of, like, spreadsheet analysis of, like, optimal monster and, like, when to use what at what time and this and that. And they haven't done a run yet, though. But they're talking about, like, how we should, like, disallow certain tools from the speedrunning. And it's just been very funny because it's... What's the easiest way to describe this? It's like if I went to your house and told you your furniture was in the wrong place. like you don't live here. Submit a run. I'm willing to debate stuff. Is Kato still the best option for speedrunning? Yes. We'll talk about what the issues around trying to run something that aren't Kato are. And there's like 3 different Kato, or oh my god. I've been like entertaining these ideas from this guy for so long that I said there's 3 different Katos, but there's not, there's 2 different Katos. So what, I gotta make sure everything is correct. I actually might have to shut this down, one sec. I have to open anti-micro first. I have to get this all set up. This is good. Controller mapping, no. I need to look for turbo on this. So, surprisingly, turbo controller is not what he has an issue with. He has an issue with Advanced Viewer. Advanced Viewer is a third-party app that shows you all of the vitals of the monster. It shows you their stress and fatigue and stuff like that. It does make the game easier. But what it makes... It has like a significantly bigger impact on people who are learning the game. Because once you get to a point where you are speedrunning the game at like a pretty good speed, you don't really have to look at it. Okay, so that's not working properly. I'm gonna try this a 3rd time. There's like an order of operations of getting the turbo controller working. And so I get it. I've wondered how you're supposed to know some of the information in Advanced Viewer without using it. So, but that's what I'm about to talk about. A lot of it is just memorization. So, for example, in the speed run, what you're trying to do is 3 drills and a rest, and then 2 drills and a rest. And you do that all the way up until they're at prime. And prime always happens first week of March, second week of March, something one or the other. So then you know, like that first year of the game of just drilling is rote memorization. It's 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, 3-2. And like in the world record, I didn't actually end up using it much because, you know, it was drilled into my head. But when you're learning, it's really nice because it shows you when your monster is too stressed out and they're going to run away. We're still doing Monster Rancher 2 runs now. It's useful when switching between monsters. Yeah. Yeah. You don't want the runaway now? No, you don't. We figured out it's faster without it. Okay, so let me get this game up and running. You know, you can rest in 3 May, 2 July, 1 September, 4 October. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's difficult for the first bit. And then once you know how all of that works, it's not too bad at all. Did I turn off my controller? I think I got everything working, but this doesn't want to work anymore. A, no key. I lost control entirely. Okay, I have to restart Steam, I think. Well, it's okay. I'll explain a little bit more as we're talking about it. Shutting down Steam. Shut down Anti-Micro. But, yeah, so he didn't like using the advanced viewer because he thought it was cheating, right? Advanced viewer seems silly for casual play, but I don't get why someone would want to go on for sweaty stuff. Yeah, like, it's super necessary for PvP because, like, you need to know, like, what your monster's at basically every week of its life. Best luck to A or quadruple A or triple A. Is there anyone else still running this game? Yep. Furfifi, who's in chat, is on a rip, roar, and run right now. Very close to my time. I think it's number 3 in the world right now, and they have done that very quickly. So I wouldn't be surprised if they challenge me for world record soon. Also, game is solved, so without advanced viewer, a lot of hardcore stuff would just be a spreadsheet manipulation test. 100%. And that's what's really bizarre to me, because it makes it easier early on, and then kind of doesn't really have any effect once you know what you're doing. But what does make it a lot easier is Turbo Controller, which is a thing that I don't even like using, because as you can see, it's... Oh, yeah, like my camera froze for a second there. As you can see, it's like kind of a nightmare to set it up sometimes. But the thing is that Japan loves Turbo Controller. And Japan, Kaido Purin, a couple other players all had way better times than me when I started, and they all used Turbo. So I was like, what am I going to do? Be like, no, their runs don't count. I'm not going to use Turbo. My run is going to be the one that counts. Or do I just do the thing they're doing and, you know, adapt to it? I have to figure out what the fuck is happening, though. It does not want to... It let me skip. I think it's just my controller's like coming loose or something. What does a turbo controller even add for this? It makes it a lot easier to just like mash through text. Okay, it was working and it's not anymore. I think I gotta do this. I don't know why I didn't save, but I'd have to, left shoulders here. So I'm just resetting everything. And hopefully it'll be okay after that. Okay, so that's working, that's fine. Seems fine, everything's working. Cool, cool, cool. Now I just gotta get Turbo up and running. Okay, so that's working too, it's just slow. Okay. Cool. So we're good to go. How do you even figure out if someone's using it? That's the problem. There's literally no way to know. You could, like, hope that they're, like, looking off to the side constantly and, like, oh, maybe they're looking at something like that. But then you need a face cam. And I'm not forcing people to use a face cam to run this game. Like, that's stupid. Prohibiting AV makes you have a lot more trouble inspecting who uses it than who allowing it. Yeah, exactly. And again, like, it's going to help people learn the game more than anything else. Even Turbo Controller has some disadvantages. On Steam, you can configure its speed, so you have to do a speed where you can go fast, but not so fast you can control it when to stop pressing. Yeah, exactly. So, like, for me, I have it set up to be 17 presses a second, which is, like, basically 1 every 3 frames. Actually, I should probably see if I can change it to 20 to just make it an even... Yeah. Yeah. So 20 presses a second, which is once every 3 frames. Which is not the fastest you can possibly go, because trying to do it 30 presses a second is just, it's tough. It's tough to press. Or, like, it's tough to, like, visually see a lot of stuff when you do it that way. But yeah, Japan loves using them. And, like, there's, like, weird things where, like, the Switch is better for resetting. Like, if your if your monster dies and, like, you need to, like, quick... reload a save, it's way faster on Switch, because there's no easy way to do it on PC. You have to go up to menu, you have to, this will say like reset or whatever, or back to main menu, so you have to like mouse over and do this, and there's no way to do that without setting up like crazy macros and shit, and that is not something I think should be allowed. Like, I don't think you should be able to just macro your way through a bunch of inputs. Because, like, what's to say you can't just do that for other stuff? So, that's Switch players don't have access to the advanced viewer, but they have access to much quicker resetting. It's not apples and oranges. Or it is apples and oranges, I should say. Alright, anyway, that's enough talking. We're going to talk about why Kato's still good. Why it's hard to justify using anything else. And then the only other Kato that is potentially faster is just like, I don't have the nerve to use it. I don't have the guts. It's tough. Building my Dodge Joker's Death Energy macro right now. Weak thumbs, hate mashing. Oh, so that's the thing too, right? Is that if nobody wanted to use it, I would be fine not using it. But I'm not used to using it, or I wasn't before I started speedrunning this. But, you know, it's a lot of mashing, and I would rather just not do that. I was going to say reductive, but isn't Tash just one big macro, basically? I mean, a little bit different, because a macro is one button becomes more than one button. Like, a shoulder button that is like circle plus triangle is a macro, technically. So, not quite the same thing, because you're editing gameplay with save states, so that's a little bit different. But yeah, if you could press one button and beat the game, that would be a macro, yeah. AV is just part of the speedrun. You still need to go fast as hell to beat it fast, yeah. Your hobby shouldn't give you repetitive strain injuries too fast, that's what I'm saying. Alright, we're gonna get into it. I might fuck up the first little bit a couple times. I gotta get the muscle memory back. Also, let me move my coffee out of the way. Also, I can't use the history function of the shrine because I have the More Monsters mod in my history, and so because of that, it kind of crashes it. But I think that's fine. I think you should probably have to type this out, honestly. It's 3 letters. And having that NMS in your history is quicker, but it also kind of implies like a new game plus, like you need to set it up before you get the game going. I'm always getting to press stuff, but there we go. I should fix that. I have a meeting in 44 minutes, expecting a new world record by then. I could make it happen. If I got world record, it would be done in time. But yeah, what I'm doing right now is I am just burning this Kato's lifespan as quickly as possible. It has crazy intelligence gains. Not only does it have the maximum gain, it gets 1 additional stat every time it does meditate. All Katos have this. It's like a species trait. But I'm going to be doing this until he has 300 intelligence. And then I'm going to move over to the leap drills. And the leap drills still raise my intelligence, but they focus more on speed. And the reason I only go up to 300 before I switch over is that you'll see when you pick a drill, it has an X number of stars beside it. This is a 1-star drill because his stats are so low. But he will soon have a 2-star drill and a 3-star drill. And it's just basically additional chances to fail. And at 3 stars, you have like at best, like a 50-50 shot. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to limit the amount of intelligence he gains to within a certain threshold so that I don't have to worry about the 50-50 shots of raising it later on. Hopefully his stats will just be high enough by that point that I won't have to like gamble on it. That's one of the decisions I'm trying in the beginning. If I go 300, 350 intelligence, or if I go 200 skill and speed. I would say hard cap intelligence at 300. You can always come back to it. But that will allow you to hit... that will allow you to hit 800 speed by rank S. Maybe by rank B. I was watching some new people. It was very cute seeing them get excited about more stars and they get more stats. Yeah. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way, but, you know, the spirit's there. What if I did my monster run away on purpose before his birthday to save time? So I thought about that too. You lose a lot of potential stats, which is the unfortunate part. So it's one of those things that's like potentially faster, but like it's going to kill so many of your runs that... Oh, I'm stupid. Trying to talk too much. God forbid I talk, right? It's one of those things where I think it is probably technically faster, but say he runs away for 3 weeks. You've probably lost 100 stats, almost. Which is like, that's a lot. That's a big deal to try and come back from. Because his birthday happens right after Prime. If you want to do it on the 2nd year, maybe, but even then, you're still getting 20s and everything. Sometimes trade potential time saves for reliability. Well, and here's the thing. It's not even just reliability. Lower stats mean that the fights take longer. So, it would be a guaranteed time save for just a big, like, nebulous... Like, did I actually gain anything by the end? 2nd year is a lot more difficult. It's right after S rank. Oh, that's true, yeah. So, yeah, that's the question is, like, do you think you can save time on tournaments, or do you think it's worth it to save time avoiding the birthday song? I think the actual answer is you go on errantry instead. But that's expensive, and, you know, you won't have a sale. You might have a sale, but it's unlikely. Anyway, we're gonna try again. But, like, these are questions that I think are, like, interesting about the speedrun. It's not so cut and dry about, like, what the right answer is. I think there's room for discussion. Saying stuff like, we should use the Kato Suezo because it has higher lifespan or something is, like, not really something I'm interested in entertaining. I don't think that makes any sense. I think for now it's safe to go on birthdays the way it is. Maybe on the future when times are a lot lower than today, we'll need to take more risks. So that's kind of what I'm thinking too. It's also why I'm not doing the Blue Kato speedrun. Because I think just as is, I can push this run under 40 minutes relatively easily. Like, it's going to be hard to do it, and a lot of things are going to have to go right. But, I mean, it's, like, definitely within the realm of possibility. But Blue Kato's objectively faster. It's just that there's so much additional, like, RNG bullshit early on and late game that I'm like, why am I putting the cart before the horse? I should just try and, like, force a time down that's so low that it's, like, difficult to beat otherwise, and then use the new strats that will, you know, allow for that to happen. Because otherwise I think I'm going to burn out and, like, just stop playing the game. That's kind of what happened last time when I stopped speedrunning. It's because I was trying to do Blue Kato stuff, and it was just, like, you'd get, like, 30 or 40 runs before, like, something would materialize in the first 5 minutes. I don't really like that. Wait, what am I doing? Because he failed, he can actually go on this here. Did you guys see the new modded monsters? Really like Nighttime Tiger and Golem Ghost? Yeah, so you can just search more monsters mod on Legend Cup. I think one birthday is okay, not two when the song is 25 seconds. Right, but like you're losing time otherwise is what I'm saying. Having less stats there means that fights take longer. It means that you're going to lose more fights. Aren't in game yet. Fenrir has had them early since the screenshots already. They look sick too. I really like the Ghost Bajarl. I think that one's great. Yeah, we were actually talking about that earlier because the wiki stole one of the new More Monsters mods designs and like fed it through an AI generator to make the most heinous bullshit for Monol or Arrowhead Monol. Carmine and Loveless are ultra risky with low stats. So are things like it's not about the run ending, it's about the run taking too long. Like, with below average stats, you're not going to KO Aqualine. Probably not going to beat Ordorf. There's a million, like, paper cut ways to lose the run. That aren't just, like, getting exploded by the final bosses. Isn't the game also based on RNG? That makes RNG for record too? Yeah. Yeah, of course. You gotta play the best you can within the confines of a game that hates you. And is actively trying to see you lose. Noob question, are Monster Hunter 2DX runs real time and it's assumed FF is on? Yes. That is correct. So yeah, the reason I'm like doing this super harsh training style right now is because it is tanking his lifespan. We're trying to get to his prime stat gains as quickly as possible, and then that will, you know, allow for better stat gains. Basically, when the monster is a baby, its stat gains are worse, and so we want to spend as little time in the baby stage as possible, so we're giving him an extremely difficult life, and the payoff will be that he becomes an old man sooner. Or middle-aged sooner, I suppose. So the battles make this game crazy to optimize. Yeah, there's like a lot of like breakpoints where I'm like, okay, I have 700 intelligence, so I can kill Daphiel in 4 swings if I have a guts lead here. Like, there's lots of like little nuances like that, but I mean, you miss one, and then it's like, okay, what do I do now? Do I wait for timeout? Do I, like, what's going on? What do I do? FF is the best change from the original? Yeah, it's great. Are there any other monsters that can even remotely have the capability of Twister Claw Kato? No. The only other monster that's similar is Blue Kato. And the way you get a Blue Kato, starts with Twister Claw, is you get a tiger that spawns with Grit, and you get this Kato specifically, and you combine them, and you hope that it starts with Twister Claw. So it's a 50-50 shot that starts with Twister Claw, because this guy also starts with Drill Claw. So 50-50 there. I think it's like 49% chance to get Blue Kato. And I think it's, what, 50% chance to get, or 25% chance to get Grit. So it ends up being like, I don't know what the percent is, but it's low. Also, I didn't need to rest there. That was too early. I played it without FF recently, and it legit feels like the game's default frame rate is a hardware limitation. I think the animations look a lot better in 30 FPS. They're obviously made for 30 FPS. There's lots of like little nuances that are lost when it's sped up. But as someone who has like over 10,000 hours in the game, I don't need to like stress about the minutia anymore. Attack animations especially, yeah, they go kind of crazy. Also, this game has got a lot of like weird bugs in the attack animations. Like, basically, if there's any animation that has a zoom in on your monster, it zooms in to where it thinks... I'm not paying any attention. I have 400 intelligence. It zooms into where they think it will be as an adult. So the camera doing like a flyby on a baby or an adolescent monster will just like go over their heads 99% of the time. It's really funny. Okay, so I fucked this up really bad. But we will be hyper aggressive. I've got so much intelligence, I almost have 200 skill. If I can get 3 skill from a tournament, I'm in pretty good shape. If I'm able to just like swang. Are we world recording? We're trying. I don't think it's happening. It's been so long since I played the game. We're just derusting. It's a fun thing to do in the background while I talk to chat, you know? Good luck. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. February. So he's going to hit Prime a couple of weeks late because I accidentally rested early twice, I think. So you'll probably hit Prime end of March. We'll see, though. 400 and 200 skill helps you with lower ranks. You finish the fights faster. You end up with about 350 going into rank D regardless, which is enough to one-tap everything with a Guts lead, except for Sleep Bomb. And it's enough to two-tap every monster in the game on frame 1. Versus having lower evasion on S, yeah. But I'm gonna have a lot of intelligence. I'm gonna have over 500 going into rank D. Like this, like I only have 200 speed. I'm already at 2 stars, so I'm gonna be failing speed more often, which is not what you want to do. Okay, I'm in Prime now. Defeated tablets first week. 1 more mint leaf. Gotta get the Gemini pots for fear, yeah. Okay. But yeah, I think avoiding the birthday at the cost of 4 weeks of Prime training is not great. It's also like 10 minutes in is not super long into the game, but it sucks to, you know, lose additional weeks to running away or whatever, right? Instead of optimal 2 or whatever it happens to be. Colt getting really scared in the middle of the song. She's freaking out. She's screaming. Okay. Greats are time losses here. They will help me get better nature, meaning he has a higher chance to proc power, but it is not good for my my time, because I have to praise it afterwards. Kind of a funny thing where greats are really good early on because it's extra stats, and they're not good during prime because it's just lost time. Best of luck with the runs. Thank you. Gonna go feel Whimsy in Monster Sanctuary. Wish me luck. Hell yeah. Damage dealer Koi. Koi's a fun unit in that game. Because I fucked up and I went way too hard into intelligence, I'm gonna get 3 stars on leap before I'm at maximum speed. And the way I can kind of circumvent that is I can go on errantry, which is a quick way to just like do 3 weeks of training or 4 weeks of training, get a lot of stats. Isn't it better to change that ranch time on the timer for the birthday? Sorry, I don't know what that means. Isn't it better to change that ranch time on the timer for the birthday? Oh. No, so the ranch time was just a joke where it's like, how many seconds does it take me to get to the ranch from the spawn? It's not really a real category or a real split. The first one I care about is official D. It's just, you know, having something there is funny. So I can measure how long it took me to get to the ranch. But now that I'm not using the history anymore, it's like, it's completely meaningless. It's always going to be like 5 seconds faster. It's a pretty big time loss to like do things the right way. I'm going to throw one more rest in here. This is where the advanced viewer is kind of helpful. I kind of fucked up his stress management, so we're going to just do one quick week, and then we'll get back into it. But yeah, my speed's going to be so low. Might have asked this before, but what are the best speedrun monsters? I know some outright worse than the rest. Kato is the best. This specific Kato starts with Twister Claw, and Twister Claw is cracked. Basically what you're looking for in a good speedrun monster is a monster that has good intelligence, skill, and speed. And you're looking for that monster to have an attack that specifically does like a good chunk of damage, but is extremely accurate. You need the macro from the NMS to start the save in 4 seconds, yeah. What it really is just, if you go to history, it like automatically pops it up. But, you know, it is technically like New Game Plus. Best power monster is, yeah, that one's debatable. Hair is probably the answer. Gaboo is debatable. You want a monster that is similar, has really high speed, and then maximum power gains, and one attack that's really, really accurate. So Hair has that with like straight. Gaboo has it with long punch and slap. Both are good. But they're both way slower than Kato. Like, maybe like 40% slower. You're hard-pressed to beat the game in under an hour with them. Gelcopter? So the problem with Gelcopter is, what do you do before you have Gelcopter? Before you're in rank B? The Japanese speedrun, the Slate percent, which is where you play Monster Rancher 2 or 1, and then you take that monster from Monster Rancher 1 and you shrine it in Monster Rancher 2, and then use that same monster for the rest of it, uses a gel because of Gelcopter. It's very funny though, because it has a lot of matchups where it just instantly dies frame 1 if it doesn't get Gelcopter off. It's really silly, but yeah, that is like technically an option. But before that, it has to use Beam Gun, and Beam Gun is not nearly as, like, oppressive. Okay, coming into this with 600 intelligence. It's pretty good. Okay, everyone's lost twice except for Capella. Can I just avoid the fight with Sleep Bomb? I would love to. I need Capella to lose. Actually, you know what? Either way. Okay, it's fine. We did it. So we're not going to have a best official D time. That 14-minute time isn't, like, not doable with this guy. 4 seconds. I'll take it. The 14-minute time is with a blue Kato. So it's a different route, and you do it a month earlier, which is, like, really difficult to, like, compare apples to apples on. I saved the 4 seconds. We're back. Okay, so I can do something here, which is what you normally don't do. Is you normally don't ever train them on the 4th week, but I'm trying to make up my low speed here. So I'm going to feed it tablets. I can probably feed it tablets for the rest of its life now. And now I can rest. And then this saves me the time of having to feed it an item. So it all works out. Next tournament is December 4th. We're going to get there soon. First stream caught? Welcome, welcome. This is Kato Galley, yeah. Speed tournament is my favorite part of the run. There's some fun stuff you can do. You can, like, lose on purpose. Ghoulshine has a chance to, like, beat your ass immediately, and it's fine if it happens because, you know, you don't have to worry about hitting him. Perfect diet supplements. He's looks maxing. Gotta test Zoom Swayze for first new mon on the save. Sick. Okay, so I have effective 700 speed, which is not very high. So things are gonna have a pretty good chance to hit me, but my intelligence is crazy. I got 676 intelligence. No Ghoulshine, unfortunate. Okay, good Aspen fight. Any monsters you wish for speedrun viable? All of them. I mean, technically they are all speedrun viable. We just need to make new categories for all of them. Or else it's, like, not worth doing. Ghoulshine is such a sick name. There's a lot of really cool names. I love how in rank D, you get 2 monsters named Hailfall and Sleet Bomb, which, if you think about it, are kind of the same name. But also, they go way too hard for monsters with, like, basically market stats. Also, I'm fucking crushing rank B right now. Okay, Epsilon's lost 2. Everyone except Aspen has lost 2. I would love to give up against Epsilon. Sanjuras can also beat my ass. I gotta watch out. I watched out. Didn't notice the splits, but those aren't your speedrun splits. What is this? They are mine. The first row is world record. The ones on the right are what I could potentially get based on the best pace I've ever had. Okay, not bad. Magic Cup monster named Most is really funny to me. It feels like it was inspired by the horse racing roots of the game. I think it's a mistranslation of much, which is like short for mochi, right? And in Monster Rancher Advance, they have a white mochi in the Legend Cup called Much as well. Or no, it's not Legend Cup. It's like the I'm a Fimba meat equivalent of that game. Okay, so we're doing pretty good. Thought my world record was like 30 minutes. No, 43 is the world record. We're doing pretty good. And by pretty good, like, I mean, it's great to be on this pace, but it's Monster Rancher, you know it can happen. I just gotta remember how to play the rest of the game. I saw a guts correction at 50 guts. Kato Tiger has 1% lower to evade. Yeah. Yeah, he's technically, instead of 49% chance to avoid Carmine, or Carmine having 49% chance, he has 50%. Are alert redemption still broke? I don't know. It might just be, not, well, I'll try and figure that out after this. It does look like it didn't work at all, yeah. Watch the 30-minute speedrun of DX2? You haven't. Okay, I'm on 3 stars. He's gonna hit it. That's great. I am going to do this. We're gonna go on air entry right now. Okay, so I'm still not going to be at max speed, but I'm going to be pretty close. Won't this affect S Tournament? S Tournament is next week. No Kamui unlock? I mean, just seeing it unlocks him. He is unlocked now. I have effectively 900 speed right now, which is 8% lower. They all have 8% more chance to hit than normal. Dude, what is it? Why can't I ever hit the Bakus 3 times in a row? There we go. Shows what I know about this game. But yeah, thank you for pointing that out. I'll see what's up with the redeems after this. Got too much on D, B, and S that I forgot EC and A monsters. I know all of them by heart. I have. I was looking at really old videos because there was a time where I was trying to do like YouTube Shorts before YouTube Shorts and just like upload a short form clip every day for. Originally, the goal was a year, but I think I only did it for a month. And I found an old clip of me naming all of the tournament monsters. We're just gonna... Yeah, we're gonna let this run out. We're fine. Yeah, Gallop Racer is the game Tecmo made before this, which I had been led to believe was much more horse breeding mechanic, like Monster Rancher vibes than it is. It's not. It's kind of just an arcade game where you race horses and then you can combine 2 horses and like have them have a baby. But you don't like adjust their stats or anything like that. They just are the way they are. The New Year's Cup monsters. I mean, New Year's Cup monsters are what? You've got Daffiel, Ordorf. Not, sorry. Is Ordorf in it? It's, yeah, Daffiel, Gotrek, Epsilon, Kitty... Kaplan, Kitty Kaplan, Mahority, Epsilon. I think Ordorf and Daffiel. Kind of slow fights here, all things considered. I wouldn't be surprised if I like lose the advantage I have, but we're in there. I don't have a lot of lifespan left, though, is kind of an unfortunate part. Going on errantry there kind of fucked me up a little bit. I might die early. We'll see. That'd be so unfortunate, man. I have 56 weeks of lifespan left. It's enough. Kind of. Maybe. We get to skip a month. The one I almost didn't participate in is the Elderly Cup. Oh yeah, that one is tough. It's tougher in this version of the game for sure. Getting 6 years, 3 months isn't like possible on some of the monsters. It is if you use the glitch of that we're going to use by going on errantry. Because errantry in this game, it makes your monster very tired, but it doesn't actually take away lifespan. So it makes them a month older without taking 4 weeks of lifespan away. Alright. Well, that's it for the run. That was fun. It happens. It happens. That's pretty good, though. Pretty good start. Am I nuts, or does the errantry guy's portrait get nicer as your rank goes up? It does. Zoom has no chill. 14%. When you save seconds or even minutes, and then one monster one attack messes it up. That's Monster Rancher, baby. Don't win the tournament because he was injured. So my concern more than anything else is I could win the tournament still at 5 wins and 2 losses, but the injury is going to make him lose so many weeks of lifespan that I don't think I can beat the game at that point. I was really close on, like, I was on the border. We could have like realized that he's gonna die like a week before. Like, I had to do the math. I had 56. If I lost no additional lifespan, which isn't gonna happen because, you know, I have to go on errantry one more time. It's 12 weeks, puts me at 44. 48. If I didn't go on errantry a second time, I would have had 1 week of lifespan left. Or I would have had 0 before I got injured. So yeah, that was definitely going to end it for me. Because I don't, like, when he's injured, the life index, whatever his number is, like extra fatigue and stress is going to like eat at him each week as it goes down. And I can't like mitigate it with nuts oil and things like that and rest, whatever. So when you're injured, you can't win the tournament. You can if you have the best record. It's funny. Calibrator has things I wish Monster Rancher did, like horse personalities matter more in affecting how they individually play a race compared to Monster Rancher, where nature is pretty basic. So in Monster Rancher, you might like Ultra Kaiju Monster Rancher, or even Monster Rancher 3. Monster Rancher 3, the personalities kind of dictate how the AI works, and it dictates how you, like, different bonuses and stuff they get. But in Ultra Kaiju Monster Rancher, the personalities completely make or break a monster. I remember I spent a lot of time, it was like month 1 of the game, right? I made a monster that I thought was super good. Everything looked like it was going to be fine. And then he got a personality that basically stopped him, made him very risk averse above 50 guts. So he would not attack if he had more than 50 guts, and he had a really, really fast guts rate. So basically, if he didn't attack immediately, he would never attack. And I was just like, what the fuck, man? I put all this work and effort into this monster, and he's just gonna fuck me like that? Very unfortunate. Yeah, that was a pretty good start. That was a good first run. Got to rank S. Everything was looking Millhouse. Coming up Millhouse. But yeah, like, Ultra Kaiju Monster Rancher has a lot of really cool ideas. I'm not, like, I don't play it often because I don't really care about the Ultraman Kaiju. They're kind of whatever to me, but there's people running tournaments for it. The cookie grind really hurt Ultra Kaiju. Yeah, that's a very obnoxious element of it. Probably the worst part of the game. Used to think you could feed Sueki Suezo a peach as a kid, but I never had the Monster Rancher 1 disc, so I couldn't test it. Yeah, he can't take any items, unfortunately. Oh, yeah, Monster Rancher 1 World... Oh, excuse me. Monster Rancher 1 World Record's really funny. It's very quick. It's super boring, because there's no chance for failure, basically. Like, in Monster Rancher 2, so many things can go wrong. You can have a time that's on world record pace, like I had in the last run, and then you get hit once at 14% and you've lost. In Monster Rancher 1, you're attacking with an attack in slot 4. So basically, frame 1, you're always attacking, and you have like 99% chance to hit. So you just swing it, you get the one-hit kill. You swing it, you get the one-hit kill. You swing it, you get the one-hit kill. Just like every match is like that. It plays really well as AI versus AI competitive. Yeah, I think it's probably the best game in the series for that. As long as you know what you're doing. As long as, like, you've put in a little bit of time to, like, learn what the different personalities are, you can really custom, like, hone your monster and, like, what you expect them to do. It can be kind of frustrating if you know, before we knew what personalities did, you end up with a guy like mine who, like, literally never attacks. Monster Rancher 2 is the opposite. Opponent does frame 1 hit, and then you hope for that 49% not hitting you, yeah. Mr. Personality over here, that's me. Okay, here, 1 second. Unrecognized command. Interesting. 1 second. I think my bot is broken. What about other things? It's working for me, but it's not working for anyone else, I think. Unrecognized command. That's so weird. What the hell? I gotta look into that. Here, let me... I just want to try something really quick. Okay. So now, if I do this, does this work for me? Okay, that's working for me, but I don't have any audio, I think. And I think I know how to fix that. Give me 1 second. Okay, yeah, I know what's wrong. This is... I apologize. This might be loud. Give me 1 second. You guys let me know if it, like, sounds good or not. I'm gonna have to see really quick. Okay. With the song muted, it's very fine. Okay, so if I go into... Why is that going to my desktop audio? Okay, that's fine. And then I go here. Okay. So now that's okay. And it should... I know the game audio was already working, but I had to change some stuff. Yeah, it's Switch exclusive, unfortunately. What's one I can hear? This?
Day of reckoning will come. Reckoning. 40 pizzas.
Papa John's.
I can't hear the Papa John's one. There aren't a lot that I have I can actually hear. Hold on. We're... Okay. So I think everything's working.
Hey, now you're a man!
Hey, running this basically all menuing? Yeah, there's a lot of that for sure. Okay, so I think everything's working. Yeah, I think it's all good. Yeah, I can't hear the Top Gun one, but I saw the audio trigger, so it looks like it's fine. Okay, we're good to go. We're gonna try it again. I gotta change some stuff. Give me 1 sec. John Tecmo's Pro Menu Navigator 2000. Football is a sport. Monster Rancher is a game. Alright, let's do this again. Ultra Kaiju's on sale? Yeah, it's like 70% off or something. It's like 15 bucks. It's very good. Very good game. Huge game. Why am I getting... I have a meeting in exactly 1 hour. Will I see you become master breeding by then? We're going to start a run right now, and if everything goes to plan, then yes. And if not, then oops. But I am already the master of breeding. See if I can become master of breeding again. Okay, last run was very promising. But it's easy to get to that. It's easy to get on the world record pace and have nothing work out. You just gotta not stress about it. Great today. Nice early stream before you get off work. Hell yeah. Any cool glitches in Monster Rancher like missing though? Like missing though? Not really. There's some like interesting stuff you can do in this version of the game, or basically any version of the game where you have access to like hex editing or like cheat engine or whatever. Which I guess isn't really a glitch because it's, you know, not something you can access within the game itself. But you can make monsters that like don't appear in the game. There's a couple of restrictions as to like what will work and what won't, but basically any monster where the monster shares its model with every other monster. So like every Mochi uses the same model. Dragon, not the case. Every dragon uses a different skeleton and different polygons, and like everything looks different. But on Mochi, say you were to enter Mochi and then like make it subbreed Ghost. It won't crash the game, but what it will do instead is the game kind of freaks out and it doesn't know what texture to load onto the Mochi polygon. So it will literally look at the last texture that was loaded, and it will use that. So you can basically go into like the cards and like look at different monsters or whatever, And whichever monster was the last one you looked at, that texture will be put onto the Mochi model. And you get some like really fucked up looking things. They're all very Misigno looking. Monster Rancher 3 is so underrated. You're speaking the truth. Monster Rancher 3 is very underrated. I think it's a fantastic game. It sounds pretty similar to Glitch and Jade Cocoon. How does that one work? I'm not like a big Jade Cocoon knower. I know what it is, and I know I played it when I was like 11 for a little bit, but I do not know much about it. Hey Zaf, how are you doing? Yeah, Monster Rancher 3 is sick. There's a monthly tournament for Monster Rancher 3. Alright, these failures kind of suck. This is going to hurt in the long run. Going to rank S with only 900 speed was kind of spooky. Fireball having 14% to hit instead of like 6, very unfortunate for me. More games like this closely related to Uma Musume. The closest game to this game is Monkey Puncher. Game Boy Color game that came out in Japan only, but there is like an English patch. It might have come out in Europe. That game is fucking sick, though. It is the most Monster Rancher-like game that isn't Monster Rancher. I love it. I tried speedrunning it, but like it looks like it will take 4 hours. I did 2 different runs, and the final boss is part of this big gauntlet. It's kind of like Forbidden Memory style, where you gotta fight like a bunch of bosses in a row. And the last one is like ultra cheap, and so if you lose, you just like lose 20 minutes. So the entire run can be going great, and you just have to like hope against hope that the 4-hour run does not implode in the last second. Speaking of which, I think he's probably gonna run away here, because I should have... We'll lose a couple seconds there, that's fine. Oh, I did it again, I'm fucking stupid. I'm like, oh, I shouldn't do a drill there. He's gonna run away. He got injured? Yeah. Unfortunately, he got injured. Sleepy as shit. Slept 2 hours yesterday, and I was supposed to get my sprinklers checked. I got way too sleepy and passed out in my bed. I mean, that's like one of the better places to fall asleep. Fuck. If you're gonna pass out, passing out in bed is pretty good. I got the believe in alien questions. Now I can get Metal Nerd. Yeah. I don't know if I know the intricacies of 3, so I don't know if I need them for a Nuzlocke. 3 is a very easy game. It's not like Monster Rancher 1 easy, but it's like, it's pretty similar. Alright, so we've already lost time. Love that for me. We'll get it. We'll get it. Alright, move my coffee cup out of the way. Need that macro? I know. Is it better, Kato? Okay, true. 3 is a super easy in terms of raising a monster. It has a lot of depth. Yeah, so the actual like single player game, very, very easy. Competitive play is insane in 3. There's so much cool shit you can do in 3. It's way more complicated than 2. You have like so much more like granular control, and like a lot of the things are like really difficult to like optimize on. How many words per minute? Fuck, man. I'm getting caught up in chat. Ugh. We'll get there. Is typing NMS instead of using summon history faster? No. But summon history is basically New Game Plus, right? Because you don't have history until you've put it in the game already. Yeah, it stays between games. I'm not super opposed to it. If I lose a world record because of like a 3-second difference, then fuck, man. My brain is not in it anymore. Then maybe I'll whine about it, but for the time being, it's not something I'm too stressed about. We are at the point where like losing 3 seconds is like kind of a big deal. I'm not really opposed to it. The problem more than anything else is that mine is broken right now because I have more monsters in the history, which crashes the game. Let's try it. Let's see if I can make this work here. Maybe I've done enough runs that... No. I haven't done enough runs. Alright, so that's gonna crash. That's okay. Okay, so now the game's open, so I can close Steam input. Okay, so it's working again. Don't worry about the monster that doesn't exist. I come up with a faster way to type in NMS, because like I'm holding my controller like on my lap, and then I reach up to press on the keyboard, and then I put my controller back in my lap. Maybe there's a better way to do it. Well, that's brutal, but that's okay. That's okay. I didn't even start the timer, so it's all good anyway. All right. I haven't like had this much trouble getting off the ground in a little while. I don't know. Performance anxiety. Okay, that was... Fuck you, dude. I let go of the button before the menu came up, and I guess that's the struggle with the turbo. Zagraf messed everything up. I got the yips now. My brain's just broken. It's banned turbo button. Sorry, Japanese players. All your times don't count anymore. Alright, that's only like a second slower than last time. We're messing up the menuing already. Let's just get greats to make up for it. I appreciate that. $300 int, and then we're good to go. Hell yeah. Well, 2 greats and a fail, unfortunate, but what are you gonna do? Alrighty. It is a nice game to just talk to chat with. Unfortunately, my brain is stupid and I keep messing everything up. Because he failed, I can do a 3rd drill here. Because when you fail, you accrue less fatigue. Which is nice, because it means I'll also hit max stress a little bit sooner. I don't think it'll be enough to push me to a February 4th week prime, but that would be real nice. Great reduces stress too. It doesn't... it reduces the amount of stress accrued. What am I doing? No. It's 332. Cut live. Hello. Hello. I find this funny. Now that Pal World launched, I've been playing that and got myself banned from PvP server. Damn. I do find that funny. Because of praise? Praise doesn't actually adjust it. Withholding praise adds stress, but praising doesn't actually like lower stress. It's just that the doing the great means that the drill made your fatigue and stress increase by less. Got called a bully and a tryhard and got the boot. Were you a bully and a tryhard? Maybe the vibes were off. Sorry to say. Yeah, so when you do a drill, you get X amount of stress and fatigue. And it is 15 fatigue and 10 stress for a heavy drill. If your monster fails, or they get a great, or they cheat, their stress and fatigue go up by less than 10 and 15. And then praising a great stops their stress from going up more. Scolding a cheat makes their stress go up more. But those things have more of an effect on like fear and spoil, so like loyalty, than anything else. He made sure he got his stuff back. He was in similar power level. We had the same power level. I beat him fair and square in martial combat. We had the same power level. I'd be so annoying about that shit. They're trying to ban me. I got banned from a Clash Royale clan that my friend was in because I had to work like 120 hours one week and didn't have time to like do all my clan stuff. And then he's like, well, I understand and I appreciate that, but like you're not contributing, so we gotta get rid of you. And I was like, well, that's stupid, but whatever. And then immediately after, someone else got banned, and the reason they got banned is because they missed their clan stuff because they were at the hospital for the birth of their firstborn. They got banned for being a dad. Oh, man. Alright, I'm at 360 intelligence. It's pretty high. That's BS. I mean, the dude who was running it was obviously a huge loser, right? And he would always say stuff that was like, I don't have time for this bullshit because I'm a dad. Like, I'm a father, so, you know, I have a really low tolerance for bullshit. He would just keep saying that, and it's like, nobody's had sex with you, man. What are you talking about? Who are you trying to convince? I have a 39-degree temperature. I don't need this shit. Yeah. It was really funny. I still have a bunch of the logs because, like, he was losing his mind. And he said something, like, really offensive about, like, a brown player in our group. I don't know if he was, like, Pakistani or Bangladeshi or whatever, but he was, like, you know, he's brown. And he never told us what he was. He would just, like, refer to himself as brown. And he was saying some, like, mean shit about brown people. And I was like, why are you like that? Like, there's no reason to, like, be rude and, like, racist. Like, there's something that is, like, wrong with your brain. And then he banned me, and then he's like, that's the last we'll see of that pussy. And then my friend, like, re-added me because he was also a mod. And I'm like, calling someone a pussy after you ban them is, like, pussy behavior. And then he was like, fuck you, I don't put up with this bullshit, I'm a dad. It's like, okay. It is sick. Like, the smallest amount of power turns everybody into a cop. Or certain people into cops, at least. This guy is sounding remarkably similar to the one that banned me. Well, I mean, it's just gamers, right? Capital G gamers. Best to leave that and start a clan of your own. I was, like, already bored with the game, so I wasn't, like, really bothered that I got kicked. It was more the principle than anything else. But yeah, there's absolutely no reason to be around that guy if you can avoid it. But I think it's so funny, though, to ban someone and then be like, I got rid of that pussy. Like, what's wrong with you, man? You got a brain made out of dog poop. And a spine to match. We're doing pretty good on stats. Have not hit prime. We should... Well, we haven't really made any mistakes. Fuck. He made a mistake, though. Okay, no prime yet. Probably next week. I gotta focus for a tiny bit and then I can get back to reading chat. Really improves your confrontation skills when you cut out everyone who challenges you. We were talking about AI earlier, man. That's what that is. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, I'm not gonna exit here. I would like to get a run done. Okay, he's in prime, perfect. His family had to have an intervention for him because he wouldn't, like, stop bringing it up in conversation. It's a funny time to be alive, man. Be a witness to all of this. Alright, a couple of mistakes. Made it to the first birthday. A-okay. He's going so fast. He is going fast. I'd be going fast. I'd be trying. And then, yeah, once after you get to prime, you change your strat. Because you want to do as many drills as possible. And the quickest way to get as many drills done as possible is, unfortunately, not like the no-rest method. Because feeding that many items really fucks up your time. What you do instead is 3 drills and then a rest with a mint leaf on the 4th week. And then the first 2 months of Prime, you feed it tablets, and then you feed it fish after that. Is that work a lot? My work also requires a lot of research on random subjects, so getting it to compile papers and other info is very useful until it like makes up the papers. Until it makes up case studies that don't exist. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier because my next Rancher rundown is on the Monster Rancher wiki and how fucked up it is. Because they started using AI for everything, and it was already like random headcanon bullshit, and now it's like they're actually like stealing and like asking for prompts based on artwork of people from the community instead of just like asking them to like use their artwork. It's like really weird and fucking scummy. But we're talking about how it's like, you know, if you have if you are using AI to make art, it's because you want people to think you're cool. There's literally no other reason. That's literally the reason you're doing it. It's so people... It's attention-seeking behavior. If you're using it because it makes 5 o'clock come sooner at work, at the job that you don't want to deal with, like, I don't... Like, it is making you stupider. Like, it's something you have to acknowledge, but I also am not going to, like, judge you for it. It is what it is, right? Like, if you're using it because you're like, I don't want to respond to this email, fuck this person, whatever, like, not, like, building that social muscle of, like, kindly telling someone to fuck off will make you, like, more incompetent in the long run, but also, I don't think it's, like, a moral failing. But for art, I think it means you're spiritually bankrupt, 100%. Here's an AI song I made. Dude, you didn't post anything. And they get so mad when you're like, you didn't make this. Like, who cares? Like, why would... It's so hard to get your friends to listen to your music in the first place. The entitlement to think that anyone wants to listen to a thing a computer made on your behalf is really, really funny. Anybody who's ever been in a band knows that, like, hey, I made this... Like, my band has a new album. Do you want to check it out? Is such a hard fucking sell. Even for people who have your best interests in mind. People who are in your corner and will support you no matter what you do will not listen to that. They will not listen to the thing you actually spent time on. So the assumption that anyone gives a shit about your AI music is really, really funny. It's indicative that you've never made anything, because you would already know how little people care. Right? But because you don't have the self-awareness to realize that, it's proof that, like, you've never done this before. I used to prompt to avoid stuff like that, but when I said compile, I mean, like, have it gather papers I need to read. Yeah, and again, like I said, I'm not... If you're using it to make the workday go faster, like... I think there's an obvious downside, and I don't think it's inherently a moral failing. But I think there are instances where it absolutely is. Don't understand the music aspect of AI as well. Like, come on. It's pretty embarrassing. There was this guy, like, I do a lot of, like, corporate audiovisual work. And that's, like, my day job. And I do all these conferences where guys will get up on stage and say the most embarrassing shit you've ever heard. Stuff like, I don't listen to books I don't listen to, like, audiobooks anymore. I just talk to Claude in the car for my commute. And they're like, oh, this is a normal and good thing. Instead of like, oh, brother, I would not fucking tell anybody that. That's the most embarrassing shit I've ever heard in my life. You're just saying this shit? You're just getting up on behind a lectern and you're saying that, like, you no longer, like, use your brain. You just talk to a machine that hallucinates conversations for you? And people are paying to listen to this? Some people were like made to exist on LinkedIn and nowhere else. And then he was talking about his kids, and he's like, my kids don't even listen to music anymore. They just want me to put on AI-generated music. And it's like, oh, okay, that's like... Probably something that protective services should be called on you for, but whatever, man. You do you. Dude, fuck off. Fuck, dude, this fucking fight. Alright, well, I lost so much. Holy Christ, are you serious? I can't believe it, dude. That's a reset. What the fuck? I lost a million? Holy moly, dude. What happened to good old Christian Rock? They're not listening to Skillet in the car anymore. Milliam the Run Killer. She's actually the strongest opponent. Oh, I think there's never been a bubble everyone wants to pop as much like the AI bubble. At least with the internet, it was like, this is a cool new thing. AI is like, this is an uncool thing that steals from people. It's true, it's difficult to get people to listen to your stuff. It really is. But it's just, it's more of the same thing, right? Where I use the analogy of like, you want your picture to be put up on the fridge because your brother's picture was put up on the fridge, and not because, you know, you made a picture. You want someone to say you did a good job without having to make anything. You just want acknowledgement. And that's what like AI music is. It's already hard enough to get people to acknowledge your shit. At least with the internet, the perverts weren't the first thing everyone thought of. It's true. Yeah, and then there's so many like obvious downsides with data centers and whatever, right? I do like trying to trick the art AIs into making copyright pictures like Mario and stuff. I have a feeling you just like using AI. I'm not going to sit here and be like, you're a terrible person, you're going to hell, but like, I think you just like using it. First game on his Chocolate Starfish album? And the hot dog flavored water? My first champ? I think the first monster I beat the game with was Blue Kato. And I don't know what I would have gotten it off of. It might have been like... Blind Melon's soup gives you a Blue Kato, I think. I think that's probably what I got the monster from. Blue Kato's just very good. Absolutely, like the easiest monster to beat the game with.
I want to play video games.
Hey, Rosal. I'm a subscriber. You guys ever listen to Ralph Wiggum by Bloodhound Gang? I'm going to Africa. It's just that it's all Ralph Wiggum quotes. But it was done at a time where that wasn't like as chuggy as it is now. It's not like as epic bacon. It's more, this was funny because no one else had done it. It's a song, yeah. Ralphie, get off the stage, sweetheart. Oh, say, can you rock? I am a pop sensation. I am a pop sensation. It's sick. I made a lot of mistakes there. We're just gonna restart. I saw a leprechaun on a rock. He told me to burn things. I'm pretty sure that's where I saw the leprechaun as one of the lines. It would have been like 2001 or something when the song came out. Oh, I forgot what I was doing. Drop the bomb, ironically gold. There's I think that was like the last era of like fun Simpsons parody songs. And after that it got like really weird. It's so crazy that this is the only place this song appears in the game. It's probably one of the best, like, songs in the game, and you only hear it for like 5 seconds. Okay, good time. Good split. It's the song of our people. I shouldn't have done leap, but that's okay. The reason you don't do leap early on is because of the same reason that you raise your monster's stats the way you would for competitive play. You raise your monster's best stat gains early when they're not in prime, and you raise their worst stat gains during prime. Because the ratio of stats you get from like a bad stat in prime versus a good stat in prime, it's a bigger gain to do a bad stat in prime than it is to do a good stat. It ends up being like 4 times the gain instead of 3 times the gain. So when you're trying to max out 2 stats as like optimally as possible, like efficiently as possible, then it makes more sense to do it that way. Monster Rancher 2 soundtrack sounds like music to my ears. It does sound like music to my ears, too. It's quite literally what it is. You are correct. First one was with Durahan? Durahan's sick. Yeah, Raki Durahan's a pretty good monster to get max stats with. You paradox in the shit out of it, and then you just raise it regular. There's actually a speed run for getting to 999 as quickly as possible in all stats. And it's done with Raki Durahan. It's not something I think I would ever bother doing. It's just like a fun challenge. I don't think it's like a category that should exist. Yeah, high gains on Prime also get capped at 20. That's exactly it. For a lot of monsters, you'd be getting 20 before Prime anyway, so you might as well just do it then. And then you use Prime to get closer to 20 on stats that wouldn't otherwise hit that. For Kato Tiger, A intelligence, speed gain, B in skill. Do you train leap at early life? No, you do the same thing regardless. Because A is still higher than B. You get the +1 in meditate. Oh, I'm not paying any attention. Fuck, man. We'll get there. Hey Zeph, how you doing? We had a really good run going, and then I got smoked by 14% fireballs, or 5 balls by Zagraf. So I lost a run that was 11 seconds ahead of world record. But I mean, only 20 minutes in, 11 seconds ahead is like, you know, it's wishful thinking. A lot of stuff can go wrong. Quiz is as invalid as the average Myers-Briggs test. You say average like there's multiple Myers-Briggs tests. I'm pretty sure there's only the one. I suppose if you have one of something, that is the average of it, though. I have people in my comments in 2026 or whatever the Lord's year currently is, still arguing about whether the alien question matters and how like having different answers to the questions will affect different in-game events. And it's like, why lie about this at this point? Yeah, I also lost a run to Millium, which was funny. I will say, if you ever want to like really enjoy speedrunning a game, be the world record holder for that game. Because like I'm feeling like no stress at all. I lost a really good run. I lost in a really funny way, and there's like 0 tilt. I'm just chilling. He might run away here. I made a mistake, but we'll see. He did not. Simply be the best, and then, yeah, you don't have to worry at all. A completely different topic, but I guess kind of on topic of, like, stressing about stuff. A guy I work with won, like, $250,000 on roulette. And now, I've been thinking a lot about what I would do with that money. And I think I would probably, like, I mean, it's not enough to, like, quit my job. Like, not even close. But it would be a pretty nice nest egg to, like, maybe open a small business. Do some, like, focus on, like, some game dev stuff. Hire 1 or 2 people to, like, work on a game. My coworkers are gambling addicts, makes me not even download the apps they recommend me. So that's the thing, like, he won 250 grand, but, like, his lifetime losses have to be really, really high. Because he's, like, begged me for money before. He's been like, I can't afford rent this month, like, can you help me out? And I'm like, brother, like, it's hard out here for everybody. I didn't lose 80 grand at the casino this week. So I don't, it's nice to have that much money. I assume it's a net positive for him, but he's definitely lost, like, a shit ton of money doing it. So it's not like he's, like, 250 in the black. He's probably closer to, like, 80 grand in the black, but still nice. But if you had to pour it all into a Monster Rancher game of your design, I mean, I'm already working on that. That would be the idea. I think I would give my parents some money, and then I'd put probably, like, half of it away, and then use, like, 100 grand to, like, bankroll something. Distractial speedrunning, it's fine. We're chilling. Getting a world record would be great, but, like, you know, making mistakes is part of the process. Yeah, I got a game on the go. It's an idea I've had for like 20 years. And like I originally made a prototype in like 2004 or something on Game Maker. And it didn't get super far, but like I had a lot of the same ideas. Like I'm building off of a lot of the same ideas that I had back then. It's gone through a couple of different iterations. It's become simpler. But it's kind of a Monster Rancher AI versus AI type fight thing where you coach a little guy. You make music for my game? I'm probably making the music for my game. You can buy like 2 decent houses in Mexico at 250K Canadian. Dude, I was talking about it with my my boxing coach because his girlfriend is Brazilian, and like she was there, so we were all talking about it. I guess I was talking with her. That's kind of a rude thing for me to say. I was talking to him when I was talking to her. But apparently it's like approximately $400 Canadian is like the average monthly salary in Brazil. And obviously it's a very striated society economically. So it's not like everybody's making $400. It's just some people are making like nothing and some people are making enough to pull it up to 400. But like with 250K, you could like buy like an apartment complex in a lot of places. Are there monkeys that punch? No, but it is Monkey Puncher vibes. I've been working on it slowly. It's more so I'm just learning how to implement different systems right now. And I wish I had more time to like work on it. Unfortunately, with actual work and like video editing and stuff, it's not as much as I would like. And I'll sit down and I'll go through like a couple of month periods where like I haven't worked on it at all. And so I'm like, okay, now I gotta like really grind. And then I'll just go ham for like a month, and then like another 3 months passes and I've made like no progress. It's unfortunately not a thing that I can like put a lot of time into at the moment. Pink Char is ranching. We've talked about it before, and I think more people would like to see it, so I'm not super against the idea. But I think As soon as like the Rancher Rundown stuff is done, which is gonna be sooner than later, I think I might start streaming some like game dev stuff, because I'm not like an expert game dev, right? So that's the part where it's kind of awkward, because I'm not super interested in like people telling me my code is shit and stuff like that, because I'm just learning, right? Like, I have a lot of ideas, and I've worked on stuff. He's probably gonna run away. And I've worked on stuff for like years, right? Like, I started working on games back in Game Maker like 24 years ago. But as far as like learning Godot, it's brand new to me. I'm basically starting at zero, and I'm okay with that. There's like no ego hit about like being new. Like, I'm not stressed at all. It's just that it's like I'm not interested in like the negativity that's gonna come from that. Long time lurker. Well, welcome. Don't get to catch you live because it's on different UK vids. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, I'm gonna start streaming more often around this time of day. The nights are kind of difficult for me. The most difficult part, honestly, was just trying to fit in like boxing training at night, because all of my training happens at night, and the streams happen at the exact same time the streaming is. So I was like, well, I can either just stream earlier and still train, or I have to like stream less and train. I'm from Brazil. Basically, it's only 10% of the population. There's more than 800 Canadian per month. Damn. That's like what I make from YouTube. What am I doing? Sorry, I'm menuing. Okay. Found me on Twitch? Thank you. Learning to code games is a non-stop process of embarrassing things anyway. Oh, yeah, I'm fully aware. I'm not new to it in the sense of like, I don't have expectations that I'm gonna do this and everything's gonna work all okay, and I'm gonna do this and then that's gonna work, and then I'm gonna put this in. I just what? How? Whatever. Let's just get a run done. And the answer to how is I wasn't paying attention. That was the answer to how. Stream boxing? Nah. In the newest Rancher Rundown, I have a bunch of clips of me doing practice, and I already had people be like, this looks like you suck at fighting. Like, you should never train again. And it's like, this is weird. Weird thing to say, considering you, as a commenter, have probably never been in an altercation in your life. Spending ages to write a function only to find out you reinvented the wheel. Yeah, that's happened a couple of times working on the game already. It's very funny to me. Oh, fuck, man. This guy don't look like Manny Pacquiao. Hey, excuse you. But also, yeah, like, training footage, like, I'm not going 100% against the people who are trying to help me train, right? Like, I think that's the most indicative thing of, like, someone who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about, is watching sparring and being like, these guys aren't hurting each other. What the hell? And it's just weird. Excited for the Digimon Digital Card Battle Tournament? Hell yeah. Yeah, me too. So, I guess, let me take a quick break to show you guys. We have a tournament coming up on Saturday. Digimon Digital Card Battle Tournament. PvP for a game that existed on the PlayStation 1, and I don't think has ever had an actual tournament before. So super excited about that. We have like 5 or 6 people signed up, which is, I think, a pretty okay amount for the first of a thing like this. I play a lot of like old fighting games, and a lot of those tournaments are like lucky if they get more than 8 people, and that's just, you just have to sign up. You just have to show up on the day. This, you have to like make a whole deck and everything. So it's super exciting. My training go pro. That's very kind of you to ask. Kind of insane though. I'm 35 years old. It may be potentially past the point of me going pro. My like toxic trait is like every time I start a thing, I'm like, how hard would I have to train to become world champ in this? Sign up link where? I guess I should make a command for it. Give me 1 sec. I'll do that right now. Chat, send, sign up for the... Oh, I have this. No, I don't want it. Let me close this. My splits have been updated, but not yet saved. Do you want to save your splits now? I think yes. Where the Digimon DCB tournament. Turn Nam Net. That's not how you spell that. Okay, let me post the link. You are gonna have to join the Discord, but there's links for all of that stuff in the document. I think I did a pretty good job on the document. And if you're reading it and you're like, there's something I don't understand, please let me know. We'll be playing on the DuckStation emulator via Parsec. Hold on. Let me change this real quick. So we were using Arcadicia, but it's not working. The reason it's not working, why can I not? Hold on. Arcadicia is basically a rollback netcode. It's a rollback netcode for DuckStation, and it's very sick, but it requires having a save state, and the save state doesn't like working with uploading your own memory cards. So unfortunately, we can't use it, but we were messing around with it the other day, and we figured out a way to make everything work. So it's not the end of the world. It's just I got to change this. Okay, via Parsec. Go over and quickly set this all. It takes less than 10 minutes. Though all of the information about Arcade, yeah, I think that's how it's spelled, is obsolete since it's no longer working with I gotta do link Parsec. Parsec is basically just a screen capture thing, and how it's gonna work, or a screen sharing thing, and how it's gonna work is I'm gonna set up a room, and everybody else is going to. There should be a. Oh, here. I'm gonna set up a room, and then everyone else will just join my room and set up their controllers. Digimon channel in Discord, save file where I have everything unlocked for easy deck building. You provide a memory card, build your decks, and then once you're done, save it and make sure you know where to find it. You'll need to upload it to the Discord for matchmaking purposes. This is all still accurate. All the rules, very, very, very small ban list. The ban list is so small that I don't think it's going to end up making a difference at all. It just basically makes it so you can't make two decks the exact same. Okay, let me. I will throw in just enough punch that Moose Bone's not getting the match called. The clip of Mr. Beast getting punched by Mike Tyson, that's the one where he punches him in the gut, right? I don't know how real that is, but it is very funny. It did look like it hurt him really badly. It just screws up my strategy of having one deck. Just hoping for the best. You gotta win with 2 different decks in the game. Okay. DCB. There you go. Exclamation mark DCB to sign up. It sounded like he couldn't breathe. It looked like really painful. And Mike didn't hit him very hard. And I don't even think he got him in the liver. So I think it was really just like getting winded from like having no core strength. Does Digimon have an effective control deck? It has many effective control decks. It's every kid's favorite Digimon, Clear Agumon. Clear Agumon and El Toy Agumon, which I think became like Shadow Toy Agumon later, and regular Toy Agumon. We got the whole gang. All 3 excuse me. All 3 of these cards are like phenomenally fucked up in a Digimon digital card battle. They're all like unbelievably powerful, like a tier level 1 or a tier 1 power level. It's very fucked up. On a scale of Glass Show to Muhammad Ali, how good are you at boxing? It's impossible to say, man. In the Bajarl video, I talk about the last fight I had, which was my first fight as like an actual proper adult. And it got called off super, super quickly because, you know, amateur fighting is above all else a sport, and they're like not trying to see people get hurt. And I wasn't active enough. Like, I was fine. I wasn't getting hurt. I blocked like 80% of the punches coming in. But my opponent was just firing like crazy, and I guess they were afraid I was going to get hurt, and they're like, no, it's over, even though, you know, I wasn't getting smoked. So in the last fight, it basically like Glass Joe, because they stopped it before anything happened. I don't think I did that badly, though. I was just waiting for my opponent to gas himself out because he was going super, super hard, super fast for no reason, really. But he had a lot more amateur fights than me, and I think he realized like that would straight up work. Like that would be enough to end it, and he was right. I'm not a meta chaser in TCG much, but when the deck matches my taste in artwork and WinCon, I'm like, it deserves it. Yes, 100%. Your thing, if it's top tier, sucks if I don't like it, and if it's my favorite is top tier, then it deserves it. Same as it ever was. Understand why they would call that off, but it sounds very unsatisfying. And talking to like everybody I know who does coaching, they all said it was like such an early stoppage that it was like embarrassing. Like you should have not stopped the fight where he did. Monster Rancher Boxing League, that'd be sick. But, and I make a point to like get this through on the Bajarl video, I don't blame the ref. It is what it is, right? Like, I think it was a bad call, but what are you gonna do? To his credit, I didn't get hurt. There was another ref there that day who was letting shit go, and I would have loved to have him, but there was some other people who were getting smoked. Like, they should not have like let the fights continue, and he's just like, yeah, whatever. You're throwing shit in the ring WCW style. Just test this. Save stating does not actually save to the memory card. You actually have to save within the game itself. Correct. If you load a save state on DuckStation, it can be for a game that you don't even have loaded. Like, I was playing Final Fantasy IX, and if I opened up a DCB and then pressed like my last save was for Final Fantasy IX, it would go to Final Fantasy IX. No international objects. Yeah. Make a boxing trainer game, clone and diverge from Monster Rancher mechanics. That's what we're talking about. That's the game I'm making. It's really funny because originally the game I wanted to make was exactly what Monkey Puncher is. I didn't know what Monkey Puncher was, but my idea was you coach a thing for like 30 seconds, the round ends, he comes back, you give it more advice, it goes back out. And that's what Monkey Puncher is. So I'm taking that idea and I'm making it a little bit more robust and interesting, I think. Alright, let's get back into it. Yeah, DCB tournament's gonna be super fun. Me and Lad were testing 2 days ago, and he's got some sick decks, and it's really interesting because there's so many cards in the game that he had like an entire deck archetype that I had not even like thought of, and it shut down one of the decks I was running really hard, and I was like, that's sick. I'm so happy that like it's not just there's 2 good decks and everything else is broken, or like everything else is bad rather. Was really cool. I think I have right now 1 deck that I'm like certain I'm gonna bring, and then everything else is just top in the air. I don't know what I'm gonna bring for my 2nd deck. Seadramon fan for life. The Seadramon deck is really sick. I do think... Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this to you. If you were going to run that deck, I understand why you're running San Yanmamon, but would it not just be better in most cases to run Garurumon? Because they're both opponent uses circle, but San Yanmamon's is opponent uses circle minus 100 damage. Sometimes I suppose I can make a difference, but I think it's probably better to have Garurumon as like an option to digivolve into if you really need it. And then you have a circle counter on Garurumon, right? And you can use Garurumon again for that. You don't need to get rid of Seadramon, but I think if you were to replace the San Yanmamons with Garurumon, it would be pretty cool. When it comes to TCGs, I like to play decks that limit my opponent as much as I can. I feel like I have complete control over what's going on. There's a lot of stuff. Ironically, blue decks and Digimon kind of work like blue decks and Magic. I'm ashamed I never knew DCB until today. My mind is at the Digimon World 3 card game the whole time. Dude, it's so sick. Discord and sign up form link don't work for me. I'll take a look. We'll see. Remind me when this... Okay, this run's dead. Let me see. Join the Discord. It's working for me. What does it say for you? That one's working for me. Oh, interesting. This one doesn't actually work, though. I know why it doesn't work. It's because it has... Yes, okay. Thank you for that. That one's easy to fix. DCB... Where did it go? Casey resets. Okay, so that should work now. And Discord. That one's working for me too. Let me know if someone else is able to confirm it's not working, but here, let me just post it for now. Yeah, Zaf, I can help you with that for sure. Let me get an invite working here. Here, this is just got into Discord. Oh, okay. Damn, we have 1,100 members now. That's cool. Okay, let's try this again. We're gonna stream for about another hour, so hopefully we can get 1 or 2 runs in. Oh no, I turned on the remastered. Why does it sound so bad, man? Alright, let's try this again. We got it this time. This is the run. The last time I watched a speedrun of this, it was Blue Kato. Blue Kato is optimal, but it's just, it's so frustrating at the beginning. You have to combine 2 monsters to make the Blue Kato, and then, like, you know, if there's really high chance you don't get what you want, and you gotta reset. I'm already failing just doing the menuing. But then additionally, late game, you get into a lot of situations where if you get hit, you instantly lose the run. Whereas in this, there's lots of instances where you can, like, you can get hit and get KO'd but not die. If you take X amount of damage more than you have max health, your monster can get injured. If you take 2 times your max health as damage, your monster is automatically injured. And if you take 3 times your max health, your monster automatically dies. And Blue Kato's life is so low that that threshold becomes, like, very easy for basically every single attack in the game to injure you late game. And this monster doesn't have to deal with that. Not signing up for a tournament, don't have time to set up a deck. It is pretty short notice if you're first hearing about it now. But yeah, DCB is super sick. If you've never played it, it's a really interesting game. You can see what your opponent has in their hand all the time, which, like, is a really interesting take on a game like this, like a card game. And then there's no big combos, it's all mind games. It's really fun. Very easy to get into because it's more about counting cards than anything else. You can dump your hand at any point to, like, just refill your hand when it's your turn. So you can, like, play super aggro and, like, just mill yourself out. You don't lose when you have no cards left, but the goal is to KO 3 of your opponent's Digimon. And so when they if they have no cards left in their deck, if they only, like, lost 1 Digimon, like, that's it, right? Like, they need to be able to play 3 Digimon. But yeah, it's super sick. You can play it a lot of different ways. I think I'm set with the Devimon deck I have as well. Probably could make some changes. Wait and see its performance in the tourney. Yeah, I mean, this is also the first one, right? We'll see what happens. I had an old 64 where we placed a Digimon card sticker from the back in the day. It's a red frog with a trombone. That's Red Geckomon. Playing the big tuba. What am I doing, man? I'm gonna get it. This wasn't the run, but next run is the run. My brain is just not in it. The Millium fight fucked me up, man. Lock in, we're locking in. I'm leaning forward. We're making it happen. We got this. Is everyone's favorite Digimon? I like Shakuman. And it's really funny because Shakuman, I think, is a very strong card. And, Lab, what the hell? In DCB, he's a very strong card, but in single player, he's kind of useless because his whole thing is that he has an extremely powerful jamming attack. Jamming is like a special attack you can do where it stops your opponent's like support cards from working. And it's usually a really weak attack because, you know, it's a pretty strong effect. But his is abnormally high. And jamming is very strong. But against the computer, it's not great. So it's a card that gets overlooked by a lot of people. But against, like, other players, that's enough to just, like, end the game for a lot of people. Is, like, having jamming go off at the right time. Like, that's devastating against a lot of decks. So I'm definitely going to make a Shakuman deck. I'm excited about it. Digimon World 1 is such a great game. I enjoyed it. I was having fun playing it, even though I had a million people in chat telling me I was a stupid moron for not knowing how the game worked. Because I was playing blind. Never even seen Digimon played? It's happening on Saturday. Wow. Double failure is really, really rough early on. How dare you not know all the game's weird, obscure mechanics? People got really angry at... Like, people were being, like, really shitty to me. And when I told them to, like, stop being shitty, they got really angry and said I was entitled for, like, being mad about the backseating. It was insane. I had two guys... It'd always be two dumb bitches saying yeah to each other in my comments, where one guy's like, this guy, I love watching the Digimon World 1, but this guy's a huge asshole, and I hope, like, he never... This is a gamble. 1 sec. Okay. I got away with murder there. He should have run away, but he didn't. And he's like, this guy's such an asshole, and, like, it ruined the vibes. And then another guy's like, yeah, this guy shouldn't even... He doesn't even deserve to have his community. Why is he such a jerk? And it's like, do you guys, like, not have any social skills? Like, it's got to be what it feels like to be a woman and, like, turn a guy down on a date. Obviously, it's less dangerous. But it's just, like, oh, you don't want to talk to me? Fuck you. Like, that's the vibe, right? It's like, what the hell's wrong with you? Same thing. I'm basically getting called a slut in my comments on that video. But it was just two guys. It was like 20 comments back and forth where they were just, like, wishing on my downfall. And it was like... Do you guys not have the self-awareness to realize how fucked up this is? Like... I don't know. Still have no idea why you would ruin the experience of watching someone discover the jank by themselves. I love watching people play Monster Rancher when they don't know anything. It's super funny to me. It's really enjoyable. I like it. But I learned, because I remember... God, I don't know, maybe... He's failing a lot, man. This is a reset for a weird reason. This is a reset because he can't stop failing, and I'm like 150 points behind where I should be. Just a reset because of horrendous RNG. Might have been a guy chatting with his alts, maybe. I was locked in, but he was not. Yeah, I was doing okay that time. One of the very first streams I ever watched when I was like, I must have been 19, so this would have been like 2009 or something like that. Was I saw a random guy, I think I was watching like day 9 stream something, and then I was like, I wonder if I should Google Monster Rancher, or like search for Monster Rancher. I think it might have even been Justin TV at that point still. and there's a guy playing Monster Rancher, and he had like 3 or 4 people in chat, and I was super excited, and he was raising Worm, and I remember he said something on stream that was wrong, and I didn't like really correct him, but then he said it again, and then he was like confused why this thing he thought that happened to be wrong, like he wasn't getting the results he wanted, and I was like, oh, because it works like this instead. And then he's like, all right, cool, like didn't know we had like a know-it-all in chat or something like that, and I was like, oh damn, I was trying to help, but I ruined his vibe, and that's on me, even if I felt like, you know, maybe he overreacted. And so I learned real early, like, not to be annoying, even if you have the best interests in mind. I was like, I'm sorry if I ruined that guy's stream. I have a problem where if someone is playing a game I know a lot about casually, if they ask a question on my autism out and explain everything, yeah. I get that. Monster Rancher is definitely a game like that. It's so funny because people knowledge check me on Monster Rancher all the time, and it's like, I'm not, I don't have like the ego to be like, there's no way I'm wrong and you know better than I do. It just happens that that's probably the case. I welcome people to correct me. It's just that it's often I'm corrected with something that is wrong. And what I said was correct. I have games I can't watch people play because I know a ton about the game and would get annoyed by them doing stuff obviously wrong. I think if they're doing stuff obviously wrong and they also have like no presence, like they don't have the charisma to keep the stream going, it can be like super obnoxious because it's just like someone getting mad at a game that they're bad at. But like so many of the best or like most successful streamers who like play games on stream and aren't just doing like just chatting or whatever, or gambling streams, don't rely on being good at the games because they're able to just carry it on personality. So I'm experiencing it the first time, such a beautiful thing to watch, but I ruin it. I feel that, yeah, 100%. I'm back, yeah. The one thing I can't handle is a streamer playing spoiler free. I can't handle the cringe for a game I know. Why is spoiler free cringe? I think it's human nature to want to share information. I also have a tendency to over-evaluate and fear failure. For sure. I get that. I think it's like a tribal thing, right? You're like, oh, you're one of us. That's so exciting. Especially with like a niche property. But, you know, and this is a problem in the Monster Rancher community. Like, nobody has any ill intentions with it, but a lot of the time, a new person will come into the Discord, and there's like 40 people who are like, oh, make sure you do this, and then read this, and make sure you do this. And it's like, guys, you're going to fucking scare them away. Just say, welcome. If you got any questions, let us know. You don't need to get into it. And then additionally, what will happen, and this is even more innocent. This is even less like, nobody's being mean. Nobody's saying anything wrong. But it's still like scaring them off, is someone will ask a question and then someone will answer and that's the end of it, but it spawns a conversation that becomes like pages long of like other people talking about game mechanics. And again, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I don't think you should like inherently stop because that's what the Discord is there for. But I could see as a new player being like, this shit is overbearing, what the hell. Like, I came in and asked about, like, how come my monster died at 1 year old, and there's been, like, 3 days of conversation about it. Again, like, nothing inherently wrong, and nobody's being mean, or nobody's, like, even talking to the person who asked the question originally, but, you know, it's just human nature to get excited. I've learned to just enjoy the experience because I'm horrible at spatial awareness in games, for example, and I watched a lot of Dark Souls newcomers. That's sick. Okay, I'm like, I think I'll be okay on this. I have exactly 50 fatigue, which is the cutoff. Fuck. That was a percent rule. We're gonna continue. We're just gonna eat that one. That's okay. Not understanding game mechanics and refusing to read a guide makes the game way more difficult. Content is missed. Right. But who cares? In the kindest, I say this in the kindest way I possibly can, but who cares? Do they need to experience the game the same way you did? Are you going to have a bad day because they missed like a hidden boss? Inside you, there are two wolves. Well, actually, there's stress and fatigue, and cold doesn't tell you, and skill issue. Yeah, dude, the amount of times something has happened on like Germa's stream or whatever, and I'm watching, and I'm like, damn, that sucks. And people are like, help him, Moose Bones, tell Germa how to play, and I'm like, he's playing okay, he's doing fine. I will help out occasionally because people will be like, you need to invest all your points in defense, and I'm like, don't do that, man. Like, that's a bad thing. But I'm not telling him what to do. I'm just telling him when chat's wrong. I think that's different. Sorry if the answer is obvious, but can you run a rookie Digimon at 4 copies that happens to be partner in the deck? I haven't. There are no rookie Digimon that are also partner at 4 copies. The problem with not using any customization for partners is that they gain stats over time. As you play the game, they level up. So rookies are already way more powerful. Like the rookies I have on the file that I sent out to everyone have like 800 HP as like their base HP without any modifiers. So yeah, the rookies are banned. You can also like edit them with like hex editing, cheat engine and shit like that. It's like I don't want to have to like vet. I don't want to have to check people's entries. Sometimes there's also a fear of if they chafe against the janky bit of the game, they might quit. Yeah, that's definitely a concern. But I mean, if someone's crashing out and you're like, here's what you can do to fix that, I think that's an okay way to approach that. And Katos just don't want it bad enough? I know, man. I used to play games while reading game facts as a kid, but now I do first playthrough blind. It's more fun. Yeah, and I mean, it just doesn't matter, man. Like, I don't care if I'm not playing the game optimally. I'm interested in playing Monster Rancher 2. Where do I start guide-wise? Just like playing casually? Playing casually, legendcup.com basically has everything you could possibly want. If you need to look anything up, it literally has all the information you could possibly want on the game. So my goal, or my suggestion I should say, is to just play blind, and then when something is like really frustrating, or like something isn't making sense, or you're like, I don't know what this is, then just look it up on Legend Cup. If you're curious about PvP, I have 1,000 guides about that on my YouTube channel. Yeah, competitive stuff, my YouTube channel is probably the best repository of information. Legend Cup has a lot of stuff too. If you're like averse to watching videos, but a lot of it is the same information that, dude, I'm fucking up so much. A lot of it is the same information I have on the videos. A lot of it is taken from the videos. I've been giving my friends random games from my library, giving them the caveat that I'm only yap to answer a question they have. The crazy that ensues is magical when they finally pull the combo. Yes, it's sick. I don't even know why I'm continuing this run. I'm like a minute behind. Does Legend Cup do all the Monster Ranchers? Yeah, it has every game. That is the Monster Rancher wiki, is legendcup.com. The actual Monster Rancher wiki is some heinous hellspawn bullshit. I forgot, is food like the potatoes Baku asks you for as a treat the same as the potatoes your monster at the start of the month? Yes. Except if they ask you for a food that they normally hate, they won't get like the hate modifier on it. If a monster asks you for food, they will get the bonuses as if they like that food. So like if you have a gel that hates cup jelly but asks for cup jelly, you should feed them the cup jelly because it's a pretty good item. What am I doing, man? What are we doing here? I've made like 3 big mistakes already, but my Kato's stats are so low, it's kind of funny. Missed opportunity including default food preferences on the vids. It's really not that important, I think. It's something that you could learn just by playing the game. I think it's like an interesting curiosity, but nobody's making their decision based on if a monster likes potatoes or not, right? Maybe they are. Eating a dead Kato, yeah. Food preference is tablet, 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 tablet. Yeah, tablet is the best. You just always feed your monster tablets. If your monster likes, what, cup jelly, the second best food, and hates tablets, tablets are still better. Is this liking potato better for this run? Yes. Because it gives you additional stress. I've had runs go sideways because my monster liked potatoes, and so he hit prime really late because it took like additional weeks to get up to 100 stress. Jelly is better for the form? No. If you're doing a regular no rest method, you're going to hit minus 100 form regardless, so you don't need to worry about that. Also, if your monster's ever fat, you can just feed it a single powder and it like completely negates it. The real big difference between jelly and tablets is stress reduction. You get a shit ton of stress reduction from tablets, even if they don't like it. Monster Ozempic? Yeah, basically. I'm in... My monster stat gains were so bad that I didn't realize that I was in prime. Like, the gains were fine, but the totals were so low that I was just like, I wasn't even paying attention. I'm in sub-prime now. I burned through his entire prime in 1 month. Alright, we gotta get one. We had one that was going okay. We have time for one more run. Powders are the real GLP-1s, yeah. No more yapping. I'm locking in. You guys, you are ghosts to me. I would be in your prime on your first year of living, but then it's all downhill from there. That's not a life I want to live. Does birthday cake just make the monster fatter? Yeah. Rip it and grip it. John Daly style? Let's go. Well, that was John Daly, right? Rip it and grip it? I don't watch a lot of golf. Gerber baby style? Yeah. Ghosts are scary though. That's why I'm not looking at you, because I'm too scared. You guys are too spooky. Blocking always happens at the run after, you know? Yeah, we're gonna make it happen. Alright, good start. All right, could have been worse. We're gonna get it. I'm always like curious what's gonna happen if I get world record on just like the most unentertaining run where like I'm not talking to chat at all. Because that's the one I gotta upload. And I've been thinking about that, like, it would be cool to do like a... what do you call it? Like a games done quick or something. But for something like that, I gotta be on, right? So if I enter the world record as like a submission and I'm just like bored out of my mind, or like I look like I'm bored out of my mind, I'm not talking to chat at all, game's probably not going to make it. I know Jack of Hearts has tried it a couple of times and they've said no. The game also has like a really front-loaded, or it's really back-loaded rather. There's just like almost nothing happening for the first little bit. So you would need like good commentary, and like I think it's totally doable. It's just I could see why it wouldn't be accepted, you know? But I see some of the games that do get accepted and I'm like, this is way more boring than Monster Rancher. You also have to accept applause moments to a simple hurdle, yeah. I was thinking about like what a good marathon safe time would be, and I think like 55 minutes is probably pretty good. GDQ acceptance rate is 5%. Training at the start isn't great, man. You can do this casually and be better than most at sub 1 hour. Oh, for sure. That's what the new player, the Brazilian player, sorry, the name's escaping me at the moment. They were in chat earlier. Fuck this guy. I can't have all these failures. I will not accept all these failures. Hey, thanks for tuning in, GoLab. Well, yeah, there's a new runner, and in like 3 weeks, they've got like the 3rd best time in the world. The last 2 minutes to catch up to me and Kaido is going to be difficult, but like they made a lot of progress really quickly. Anyone who's interested could easily get sub-hour. They put just a little bit of time in. Forgot to press the button, that's okay. Just might fuck up my next split. Sub 50, I think, is like... I don't have many runs that get to the end and aren't sub 50. Dude, fuck off, man. Oh my god. That was one of the funniest comments on my world record, is that someone is accusing me of cheating because my monster didn't fail enough. And it was like, it's just RNG, man. You gotta watch. You gotta watch the runs. If you're willing to restart tournaments versus gun for record, it's a very accessible speedrun, yeah. That said, when are you gonna post the time, brother? You gotta post the time. This is killing me. I want it to be the run. I'm not making mistakes. Kato's making the mistakes. I want to get one run. We got to get to the end once. What version of Monster Rancher 2 do people use for tournaments? This DX on Steam and Switch and iOS. I don't know if it's on Android. First menuing, we fuck it up immediately. Love that. Got the Steam version, sick. But yeah, this is the one with all the tournaments. Switched from Kato Suezo to Kato Tiger, so I need to redo the start. Yeah, Kato Suezo is awful. I don't know. I'm like really perplexed on why that was like the one you wanted to try. Was it lifespan? What was the goal on that? On Android, but Japan only? Okay. Thanks, Penguin. Because Gordish is like the easy one. How does the iOS version hold up? It's the same game as this. Monster Hunter is a fun game to play on the go, so I think if you can play on iOS or Switch, that's pretty good. Sweki Suezo plus Kato starts at over 240 life and 300 defense. That's like completely meaningless for when like 90% of the attacks have 1% chance to hit. I guess there's like a little bit of security there, but with so little power, like you're getting smoked by everything anyway. Head note 2. Well, thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Hey, Limit Breaker, how are you doing? Gotta get one run in. One run and I call it. You guys are all gonna miss the world record and you're gonna feel so stupid. You'd be like, oh, I was there, but I wasn't. I wasn't there for the end. Digital Card Battle doesn't seem to have a channel, but I might just be having a stroke. It's just the Digimon channel, but there is a DCB like matchmaking thread in it. I'm also going to, after this stream is over, the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a role. A DCB role so you can like ask for games and whatever. Sweki only has 1 week of life, yeah. Can't wait for this game to pop off and grow a community large enough for each main breed to have its own category. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. More not Kato speedruns. I'm just derusting. I want to route out some other monsters. The problem of playing the other monsters is, honestly, and it's going to sound embarrassing, it's ego. The problem is playing a run and being like, this took 2 hours, and like feeling bad about it. Even though maybe that's the best that monster can do. Or maybe not necessarily the best it can do, but until there's better routing for it, this is the best it can do. The argument for iOS is you get to buy the game separate from 1DX. Oh, that's interesting. I forgot they were separate. Monster Hunter 3 remake would be sick. I love Monster Hunter 3. Do you have any intention to do another Nuzlocke? Yeah, but I want to do it with the More Monsters mod. So next time I do it, it's going to be with that. I would also like to do some kind of challenge run with like the dynamic tournament system on, but I don't know what kind of challenge run you could do with that other than just playing through it. Because I haven't actually done that. I've never actually played the dynamic tournament mod, and it's sick. If you've never played it, basically what it is the monsters get stronger over time and can like advance from one rank to the other rank if they win the tournament and stuff like that. Never? Brother, I didn't download a single mod for this game until More Monsters. So don't feel bad. I don't have any of the, like, the sound control mods or, like, any of the other stuff on. It was just something I like, wasn't interested in, like, putting in the effort for it. What's the second best design mon? You mean, like, behind Niton? What's my second favorite monster? That's a very specific way to ask what my second favorite monster is. Yeah, Reloaded was my reason to not use it, because I had only ever had like bad experiences with it on other games. What is my second favorite monster? Zilla, maybe? Arrowhead? Monal, design-wise. Monal is sick, yeah. Actual character design, I think Galley. Galley is like one of the most interesting monster designs that I can think of, like in the canon of all media. I would like to get... I don't want to call my shot and say I'm going to get a world record, so I'm going to call my shot and say I'm going to get sub 46 on this. Which monster would you let date your daughter? Monal. No, I take it back. Pixie, if she's into that. You know, I'm not here to judge. And everything else is kind of a fucked up answer. I think Pixie's the only right answer. Suezo better stay the hell away. It's kind of funny how like the jokey woke answer is the only correct answer. Everything else is like super fucked up. I mean, less so if you're a furry, but like I'm not, so it's just not something I think about. Too Lady said Monal. Okay, but he doesn't get to learn tentacles. Free LASIK for your daughter? Okay, you know, I'm turning around. Maybe the tentacles are okay if it comes with the LASIK. They learn knock? Yeah, I'm less worried about that just because I understand the mechanics of heterosexual sex. I feel like that one's okay. Okay, his stats right now are already higher than my monster last time by the end of their prime. You know what? I think tablet. We'll tablet here. And then he's gonna hit prime. Leap potato, repeat profit, exactly. Easiest way to be a world champ. Okay, so he's gonna, wow. Fuck, I must have been like right on the barrier to prime. He's gonna hit it this week? Yeah. I'm trying to get his stress under control. Use the advanced viewer when doing the runs, yeah. You don't actually need to use it too much. I'm barely looking at it, but it is a pretty good tool. Especially if you're like learning the game. Thoughts on Gaitan? I think he's pretty cool. Even me as a furry, most monsters are too beast instinct driven, creature like. Yeah, they look like animals. And I think that's why the game works, because they look like animals. They don't look like people wearing animal suits. It makes it morally a lot less like weird to like raise them as a pet. The purple worm, no offset. In Monster Rancher 2? I did one in Monster Rancher 1 with the worst possible worm you could get. It starts with level 0 in all stats. Got a video on that. Back when I was still doing like goofy challenges on stuff. This should be okay. I don't think he's going to run away here. He has really high fatigue, but his stress is really low. Okay, September's first tournament. I'm broke now, but it's okay. Couple of months till the tournament, and then we're Gucci. I don't have 600 intelligence going into rank D this time. Which is kind of interesting, because hitting max speed for rank S is obviously like the most consistent way to beat the game. But going in with just like a shit ton of intelligence is also really good, because it makes the fight shorter. In theory, as long as you don't get smoked like I did at 14%. That I'm gonna watch that back, and I'm gonna like look at the breakpoints and oh fuck, my bad. And I'm gonna see if there's something I can do about the like maybe if I go super hard on intelligence, I can make it work, and then just go on errantry. Because having the extra intelligence is definitely gonna like crank up the damage in a meaningful way. And more damage means quicker KOs. Like, I have 500 right now. I normally have over 600 by rank S. Getting smoked did make the fight shorter. Yeah, it made the tournament shorter because I got injured. So now that I know what the new Rancher Rundown is on, I'm kind of curious about what I should do. Because originally I was going to make the next Rancher Rundown Patreon only. And then I was going to make the Undine video that I made last month be this month's. But now I'm like, maybe Undine will be Patreon only for another month. I don't know. I don't know what to do about it. I guess it depends how quickly I get this new video done. That's like not a real problem. That's something to worry about once I've finished it. What are the thresholds for auto forfeits? They're very difficult to do on purpose. Basically, yeah, your monster has to have higher stats than your opponent, and fuck, man. And the higher your stats are than them, the more likely they are to forfeit. But it's just, it's luck. The actual intelligence stat, like the damaging stat, isn't what matters. It's just overall stats. Have to rest once to get back on track. Undine is the most fitting monster to put behind content paywall, considering that I talked the whole video about it being a like whale bait on the gacha game. I guess a mermaid would be whale bait. Watching a lot of the old rundowns because I enjoy the presentation. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Wish we could see them run away like Earthbound. Wish we could see them take wing. Alright. I'm not going to be ahead here, and that's fine. I'm still like surprised I was ahead on the last D tournament. It makes sense, given that, you know, I had 600 intelligence. Or like almost 700 intelligence. And I just walked up and exploded everything. But, beautiful. This would be nice too. That was a beautiful transition to the next attack, though, if I do say so myself. Dungeon Cup has a chart somewhere for forfeits? Interesting. 16 to 25% per match at D Cup. That's not really how... I would need to read it because there are plenty of times where like getting new attacks is obnoxious and difficult because every single monster forfeits. If you could create another category for the game, what would it be? I mean, just other monsters. Any percent and then, like, breed-specific ones. Metal videos are all really good, thank you. I probably didn't need to do that last fight, but it's okay. Alright, a minute behind, not very good. This is the run, though. We're gonna make it happen. I don't know how I can save a minute, but... if I'm trying to get sub 40, I guess I'd have to save 3 minutes regardless. So see what we can do. Not even bad RNG. That's the unfortunate part. Is just I played badly up until this point. There's a threshold that's based on percent over opponents. Static percentages for each threshold. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. I misunderstood what he was talking about. Okay, we're getting close to 800 speed, which is nice. Funnest stuff happens after year 10 and all the Gemini pots. Yeah, once you actually have control over the ranch, you can do a lot of cool stuff. Gotta say I love this game more than life. Hell yeah. It's a cool game. Okay, I'm at 3 stars. That's fine. What we're gonna do instead is meditate. It was worth risking it the one time because I don't have enough time to go on errantry before. Okay, 93 weeks of lifespan left. Let's go. I don't know if I have Joker unlocked on my save file. I want to raise one. Ray frame one on everyone. I should have just attacked immediately. 6%. What the frig? Okay. Slow fight because I wasn't paying attention, but that's okay. I'm making character battler sim for myself and friends, and it's based on the mechanics of Fire Emblem, where you just make builds and see who wins. That's cool. Little projects like that for the homies are great. Throwing in an ad jail the moment you use that? Well, whose fault is that? Need him to like miss one time? I got... He can hit, it's fine. He's allowed to hit at that price. At that price, he's allowed to hit. Would True 100 be finishing every tournament with every breed of monster? No, True 100 is unlocking all the cards. Okay. He wouldn't let me go. There is a True 100 speedrun. It's like 14 hours long. I'm sure you can probably save a couple hours on that. And we're going to find out in October. Every year I do a marathon stream on my birthday to raise money for the Multiple Sclerosis Society. And this year we're going to be trying to beat the record on that. I.e., I'm going to play it one time, and that'll be it. The cards are the monsters that, like, the index. It's basically like you complete the monster encyclopedia. So Madlad does have almost all of the RA hard mode achievements for every breed in the Hall of Fame. Couldn't be me. I love this game, but... Oh, I didn't notice Sanjuris hadn't lost. Okay, 50-50, we just end the tournament here. I gotta fight Sanjuris again, fuck. That's okay. One shot, make it happen. Okay. Better than fighting Balloon. Ended up okay. I lost like 5 seconds there, though. Makes sense. Lost 2 on the Balloon fight, I guess. Pure Toe fight was slow. I could have saved time. We're doing pretty good, though. $791. Okay, so I'm not quite at 800. I'm not quite at max speed, but it's literally 1 point, so I'm not going to worry about it. It's 1%. Start feeding it powders. And now let's get a shit ton of intelligence. Is Kato, is he doing drunken boxing? Yeah, he's kind of wobbling around. You know what? We're gonna risk it. I'm at 949, so they have 2%, 4% better chance to hit me than normal. That's okay. The tier list for Monster Rancher 2, it's a little bit out of date now. We've made some changes, but it's like probably like 80% correct. I definitely want to do another one. That would have been sick. Not enough? You... Nah, it's okay. Alright, that's fine. Wardorf goes to time. That's not a big deal. I had paused the stream and was talking to Moosebones from an hour ago. When is the tournament for air guides? I've debated doing one. There was one yesterday, or the day before. There's a big charity... what do you call it? Wow, the double crit was super nice. Very fast fight there. There's a big charity marathon of fighting game tournaments happening right now for Trans Lifeline, and Erigites was one of them, and I was so sad I didn't get to compete in it, but... God bless the ring, indeed. Trying to pick a monster to train for competitive after I complete the game. Thinking of choosing Dragon. Dragon's a really good pick. He's got like 10 great builds. Mahority's annoying to kill sometimes. These are all like guys who are not easy to just smoke. It's unfortunate. Arm cannon's fine if it hits me. Shit does 0 damage. Jill's a top tier. Jill's pretty good. I know you're doing the bit, but I would like him to use some guts just to give me a slightly better chance to hit, but he's not going to. Fuck it, we swing. Aqualine and Thanatos. We have 2 losses, 2 losses, 2 losses. Okay, so I can... If I win this, it's over. If I lose this, I gotta fight Thanatos, I think. I might be able to avoid fighting him, but... I would like you to keep attacking. Okay, beautiful. We're doing risky stuff. We're trying to save some time. I need a comp that allows mixed attacker stats matching for 3,500. I mean, there's like max stats. What's better than that for the most part is like 300 cup. 300 cup is just 300 in every stat, and it kind of mimics max stats without the grind of having to actually get max stats. I think there's some other things that are similar. I think like the New Bloods or whatever it's called. There is a mixed attacker. I don't know if it's heavyweight specifically, but it's similar. It's like 2,100 or something. So it's like lower, but it's kind of mimics it. Gold split? Holy shit. Okay. That's cool. The goal is just to get that sum of best down below 40. I don't have enough lifespan to go on air tree again, I think. But that would have been the goal. And I have over 800 speed now, so it all worked out. You only need 800 speed plus maximum skinny to get 999. It's 786 intelligence. I think we go to 800 and we call it. I don't need to go higher than that. Okay, go back to work. Good luck on the runs. Thank you. Hey, we got a Phoenix. Congrats. There isn't a Wither build to choose early high rank fights. I mean, for what? What do you mean? Like, you can. It's just, like, it doesn't work for a speedrun, because it's inherently slow. Oh, yeah, no. Withering doesn't make sense, because the goal is to get KOs as quickly as possible. And Withering is to wait out the clock. I'm getting a decent amount of crits, but I'm also missing a lot more than I would like, so, you know, who's to say? That's pretty brutal. And it's not even worth swinging now, because if I hit, it'll take longer. Unfortunate. Unfortunate first one. Rouge is super annoying. We're trying it. Lifesteal. All right. 70 guts lead. Still can't hit. That's fine. I dodged one. I'm not gonna get too big for my britches here. Okay, we're in there. Didn't hit the second one. That's fine. Pretty long tournament. Like, this is about as long as it can possibly go if all three go at a time. Okay, if I can get a to do diving press here. Brow smash is fine, but diving press is what we want. Diving press would give like just enough damage. Fuck. Alright, that's fine. Come on, man. Aw, I wasn't... Dude, what a slow tournament. Fuck off. Like, missed every attack. I hit 3 attacks in that tournament. Out of like 11. Awful. It'd be cool comping with only fresh monsters from shrines. Yeah, we've done stuff like that before. There was a tournament called the Spartan Babies tournament, and it was basically you needed a brand new monster off disc, and you could only raise it for 1 year. There's some fun stuff. I managed to get to rank S with my monster, and I used the rank S to, like, farm my stats. Hey, Mama has more... Welcome, welcome. You can overkill enemies, or is it just your mons I can get back? It's just my mon. Okay, so the reason I do that is, 1, it's quicker than, like, waiting out a month. And 2, it actually gives me more lifespan because it advances a month without my monster aging. So it gives me a couple of extra weeks, and I'm going to need those to like actually get this run done in time. Like without dying first. Okay, we have 800 intelligence. I don't really need to go higher. I want to go a little higher just because I want to get 250 skill. But then after we hit 250 skill, we're not raising stats anymore. Oops. I'm going to go back. I'm going to feed her to powder. Time lost, but not the end of the world. Give it up for minute 34. Okay, we dodged. And by dodged, I mean he didn't press anything. Alright, he did. 319 is just enough to injure me, right? Yeah, barely. World record has some resets like this. I didn't win every fight. Okay, we dodged. We're in there. Getting hit with death energy there, as this monster, like, loses the match. You get KO'd. But as Blue Kato, you're injured. And so you, like, have to reset the tournament. So if you're on, like, a really good pace and you get KO'd by Carmine, it's worth it to just keep going because that's a frame 1 KO. That's as fast as that fight could possibly go. Okay, we got power. It'd be very cool to, like, land a fuck off! Are you serious? Alright, whatever. We're in it, though. I've got hit by more attacks than I've landed. In this fucking tournament. %60 is like 0%. Holy moly, dude. Okay, Rouge, 50-50 loses? Dude. Anger, finally one thing went my way, I know. Okay. Very fast round. We're going to continue on. We just need Carmine. 25% chance Carmine wins this tournament. Can you fuck off? Can you fuck off? Get hit like one time in your life. What the fuck, man? Are you serious? What the fuck, man?
Oh no, I need your help.
Oh my god.
Bring some towels and some garbage bags.
Holy shit. Start the console, blow the disc, and get up on the other side of the bed. I gotta do all three of those at the same time. Okay, it's happening. Are you fucking with me, dude? Okay, I got my hit. We're in there. All right. What are you gonna do? We can still get sub 50. No speedruns today, I know. Okay, I was definitely in slot 3, excuse me. Okay. Alright, hit percent's inverted or something? I don't know, man. It's opposite day. Getting hit with Seed Gun, frame 1's actually not bad, because it can proc power. It's part of the strat. You need to fuck off, dude. What? I don't know, man. It's over. What the fuck? Was that an 8%? Brother, did you miss the other, like, 8% I got hit with? It's been going on. I haven't hit Rouge in, like, 4 tournaments. Moved a particle, actually been put in a cheater's cup? Oh, no. Okay, we're dodging death energy. We're in there. We're not dodging that. Power? No power? Okay. Oops. Surely I can just finish a run, right? This was for my hubris of standing in lifesteal range earlier. Oh, we got a hit. We're in there. Okay, we dodged that. We're good. Got hit with the punch. That's okay. We're living. Livin. Not this shit again, man. I don't have it in me to keep going. I mean, I think we can probably make this a video. Gold split was the win for the day. We're lower in the sum of best. 408. We're getting closer and closer. It's funny, like the rank D time here is like kind of not applicable because that's with Blue Kato. The first time doesn't really matter, but despite all of that, like we had the best rank B time of all time. 1919 is actually fucking crazy. Wow, that's so fast. Oh no, sorry, it's because that's added to this. Yeah. It was closer to like a 20. It was what, 45 seconds? It was like a 2030. Or like a 2020. So yeah, I can get pretty close to official B at 20. Shotsbury miss, we're all fucked. Yeah. Gold split sick though. I'm happy with that. And we got a couple of, we had our pace that was below world record, like faster than world record. So it's definitely possible. I do think what happened in rank S was like a probably inevitable, just because having the extra power does, the extra power and skill let me just like beat the shit out of everybody. Yeah, maybe, because you don't really need 800 speed by rank B. Having 800 speed by rank S is nice. So maybe I do go a little bit higher, and then I just rely on tournament wins and errantry to raise my speed for the last little bit. Maybe that's the play. We just hope to hit big on speed gain from tournament from rank S or M1 Grand Prix. I can always go on errantry again. M1 Grand Prix is fine because, you know, Rouge is going to hit me regardless at 8%, apparently. But the other guys have 1% chance to hit on, like, everything. So if I have 900 or I have 999, it's not going to make a difference. Rank S is the spooky part. And then by that point, I have max speed. I'm just resting every week. Yeah, I think that's probably what I do going forward. I like the extremely high intelligence. And I don't think Furfafi's here anymore, but Furfafi and I were debating the amount of intelligence you need before swapping over to speed. And they had said they were doing like 350 and they were like experimenting with stuff. And I mentioned that you don't want to have to rely on like 3-star drills for your speed at the end because it's too unlikely. But I think it's just fuck it. Like, don't even worry about it, bro. Just get some kills. Possible to gamble on a Paradoxin run? No, because I don't have any. Well, no, it wouldn't do anything because Paradoxin is gonna raise my power and my skill and lower my speed. So it's like useless. You could probably do it with, well, you wouldn't want to do it with any of the speedrun monsters, unfortunately, because it lowers your speed by 10% a week, which is like 100. Or like right now, I would lose 81 speed per week. All right. This is too sad. Alexa, play Sad Despacito. Here we go. Thank you guys for watching. Fun tournament. I'm going to do this again tomorrow. I will not be going as long, but I want to do a couple hours of streaming tomorrow. I got to leave by 4. So maybe we'll do like 2 or 3 hours. But yeah, appreciate you guys hanging out. Let me save splits. Save layout. Okay. Very cool. Let's go right to sleep. Who are we? I don't know. I don't know who we're going to do. Ty? Ty streaming. All right. Thanks, folks. I will see you tomorrow. We'll do a little bit more. And I'm going to eat some food. Pretty great time. Well, thank you. Appreciate you guys hanging out at a new and improved early time.
Bye, Daddy. I'm dying.
But yeah, I enjoyed myself. Hope you enjoyed yourself too. I'll see ya. Bye-bye.